Testing, 1, 2, 3. Be going all the way through. Is the key word. Should. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2 3. Check. It's not as loud as earlier. Earlier it was way louder. Check 1 2. Check. 1 2 3.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. If members of the committee could take their seats, we'll get underway. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. We welcome you to the 27th meeting of the Community and Protective Services Committee. It's Thursday, 19th of September, 2013. And I would like to just begin our meeting this morning. This is our first meeting of city business since yesterday's tragedy, OC Transpo tragedy. And we thought it would be appropriate to begin this morning with a moment of silence. So those of you who are able to stand for a moment of silence, we'd ask you to join us. Thank you very much. Before we get underway with our meeting business this morning, we wanted to take a brief moment to recognize an honor that the City of Ottawa has received, and along with that, not just the City, of course, our staff. I'd like to ask Dolores McAdam, the Program Manager of the City's Event Central Branch, and Dan Chenier, the General Manager of Parks and Recreation Cultural Services, to come forward for a moment. This is, thank you both. We all know that Ottawa is home to numerous festivals and events throughout the year, and we also know that we have an amazing special event advisory team, the SEAT team at the City of Ottawa. SEAT comprises city staff from various departments and external agency representatives who work tirelessly providing support to local and international organizers of festivals and events held within our city. In 2010, the City of Ottawa received its first award from the International Festivals and Events Association, recognizing the City of Ottawa as a top event city in North America with a population under 1 million. So a great award, but some criteria attached to that, some conditions. This year, the IFEA has once again recognized the City of Ottawa for their outstanding contributions and leadership to the festival and event organizers by naming us the 2013 IFEA World Festival and Event City. This is a huge honor, as Ottawa was selected by an international panel of judges as one of only 7 cities from around the entire world that were recognized as World Festival Cities for their successful approach and leadership working with events and festival organizers. On Monday, September 16th, Dolores McAdam attended the 58th Annual IEFA Convention and Expo in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where she accepted this prestigious award on behalf of the City of Ottawa. The IFEA also hosted a full afternoon session called Exploring Successful Event City Partnership Models, with the City of Ottawa model being the case study. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize the SEAT team, the entire team, for the great job they do in making Ottawa a world-class destination for festivals and events within our city. Congratulations to the entire team on a job well done. This is quite an accomplishment and one that we are extremely proud of. On behalf of the City of Ottawa, we'd like to take this opportunity to personally thank you for your hard work and dedication in making Ottawa a world-class destination for hosting festivals and events. And Dolores, I believe, brought along the beautiful award that Ottawa was given. I'm not sure where we're going to display that, but But we'd certainly like to bring it along, take a little bit of a picture right now, and then Dolores, I don't know if you had a word or two you wanted to say about receiving it, but we'd certainly like to hear from you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. On behalf of the City of Ottawa, SEAT, the Special Event Advisory Team, we were honored to be in Pittsburgh to receive the award. The award was given on criteria of cities who have the infrastructure in place to allow successful events and festivals in their city. What certainly came forward to us at that award is that we are leaders, global leaders in the world in terms of festivals and events, and we had a number of cities such as Dubai, Korea. There was many cities. As Councillor Taylor mentioned, we had a forum. The room was full of countries who wanted to basically do a case study in Ottawa. We were very proud to be there, and it's because of all of us, the city as a whole, that we've been successful. So I want to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dolores and Dan, and congratulations once again to you and the entire SEAT team. I'm sure you'll share this honor with them. Thank you. All right, and now we'll get underway. I would remind, I know we have a number of speakers this morning. I would remind you when you do come up to speak, please press the button in front of you so that the mic comes on. This committee meeting is broadcast on the internet, and we want to be able to let folks out there online hear you as well. We're going to move through a bit of a consent agenda, and we'll hold the items for which we have presentations or delegations. So the first item would be declarations of interest. Are there any? No. Hearing none. Confirmation of the minutes. Minutes 26th, August 23rd, 2013. Carried? Carried. Thank you. Communications, we have a response to an inquiry by Councillor Hubley, CCO 513, Water Rescue. Is that received? Received. Thank you. The first item is the commemorative naming. We have two commemorative namings today, both of which are before us with no contention. Commemorative naming Joseph Laflamme Park in Orleans. We're being asked to approve this proposal to name this park. Is this carried? Carried. Thank you. Commemorative naming Brian Kearns Field in Kitchissippi Ward, and welcome Councillor Hobbs back to CPS Committee. She wanted to be here for this naming. We're being asked to name this field field in Kitchissippi. Carried? Carried. Carried. Thank you, and congratulations, Councillor Hobbs, and all the work you've done on that file. Item number 3, the quarterly performance report to Council Q2, April 1 to June 30th. We're being asked that we receive this for further discussion. Receive the report and review. Is that received? Received. Thank you. City operations, the City of Ottawa Municipal Immigration Strategy and Immigration Portal update. We're going to hold that. We have, I believe, one speaker, and Dr. Burry is going to be giving us an update on that. The 10-year housing and homelessness plan, we will hold that item. We have speakers and presentation. The long-term care home service accountability agreement, this was provided. We do not have a presentation. We have staff available to answer questions if necessary.
I do have a question.
Question? Is it a
technical stuff? It's a quick question, if you want to. It's related to governance. Like, how will that come forward?
Sure. Well, why don't you ask it now, and then we'll.
So in the report, it makes reference to the CEO and how different the city model works. How will that integrate a council in terms of governance and selection?
Not exactly clear on the question, Councillor. What are you referring to specifically?
So in the report, it makes reference to a CEO, and then that refers to a different governance model, a board of some sort. So I'm wondering what that means for us, because it does make reference to coming back to a form of governance requiring elected officials.
Again, I think if we could take the question offline, I think we could work through what the specifics are, and I think it'll be easier than me trying to go through the details, explain the relationship between the LIN and what we're actually looking for with respect to the report.
Okay, well,
Legal's going to respond in terms of what the legal parameters are within the agreement.
All right. Well, why don't we hold that for the time being, and we'll see if the councillor can get the question answered. In the interim, Emergency and Protective Services Department, the Ottawa Paramedic Service Annual Report. We will have our paramedic chief here and our emergency management chief. It's certainly been a long couple of days for them. We haven't had any inquiries on this prior. Is there any desire to hold this, or shall we carry it? Carried. Thank you. Radio system modernization. I know we have our chief of emergency management here as well. Is there any desire to hold this, or may we carry it? Carried. Thank you. Strategy to address vacant buildings update. We'll hold that. We have a presentation and speakers. And that takes us back to our first item, the City of Ottawa Municipal Immigration Strategy and Portal Update. I'll ask Dr. Burry to come up and give us a brief update on that, and then I believe we have one speaker.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. As we've presented previously, this is an update with respect to the plan. That's why we don't have necessarily a detailed presentation today. It is an update. One of the key strategic priorities of this council during this term has been to develop an immigration strategy, and that's essentially what we have done, what we've proposed. I think in terms of the context and what we need to understand is that the federal and provincial governments are largely responsible for immigration and set policy within Canada. But our community, particularly the City of Ottawa, we typically will welcome approximately 12,000 new immigrants to the city each year. And as a result, we do need, as a municipal government, to have a very clear strategy, as well as to participate in the whole notion of all new residents coming to this country. Ottawa is one of the most diverse cities in the world. If that is an opportunity, that is what we're looking to try and leverage in terms of a strategy. 80% of our population growth within the city is as a result and will result from immigration, and virtually 100% of our labor force growth will need to come through immigration. So it's very key that we have a very solid strategy. That's what this is about. In addition, what we're proposing are some various updates to our portal system so that Ottawa's image exterior becomes clearer in terms of what this community is like as a welcoming community. All of this could not happen without a very strong community involvement, and there are three people here today, in particular in the audience, Carl Nicholson, Tanya Mendez, and Hindi Mohammed, who are key leaders in this community who've helped develop and put a great deal of time through the OLIP community in bringing this to committee. So that's an overview, and we'll be happy to answer questions as required.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Burry. And we'll ask our speaker to make his way down, Mr. Ralph Solbach. And Mr. Solbach, you can join us down at the table right over here where it says Public Delegations, just around this side. Yeah, right up here. And while Mr. Solbach is joining us, I know Dr. Burry recognized several of the community partners. I'd like to take a moment just to recognize some of the other contributors for their efforts. Colleen Hendrick, who I know has joined us here today from Community and Social Services. Aaron mentioned Jeff D'Elise. Sad Bashir and Matthew Manella from the Economic Development Department and Integration Department. Bev Dewan, Christine Anderson-Brown, Lois Emberg from Human Resources Department, along with 9 other staff from departments across the corporation who are noted throughout the report. The OLIP partners included Hindi Mohammed, as Aaron has told us, the OLIP project director, as well as Dick Stewart and Salamatu Delio, the OLIP co-chairs. It was important to align the municipal strategy with the work of the community, specifically the OLIP priorities that focus on improving immigrant outcomes. And we are collectively proud as a department of the result and are confident that the municipal plan will support newcomers and immigrants to settle successfully, both economically and socially, in our community. Many of the municipal strategy objectives, just a note for those of you looking how this ties back to some of the evolution of the service provision we're doing, includes a new City of Ottawa immigration web portal, and the new web portal is going to be launched this fall. So with that, I wanted to just get those notes on file. We'll hear from Mr. Solbach, and then Mr. Solbach, once you're done speaking, we may have questions for you. You have 5 minutes, and just push the button to start, and the floor is yours.
Most powerful of public policy, even written in the Bible, Deuteronomy 28, immigration has consistent support by foreign governments, rich people there, lawyers, banks, developers, religious organizations, the federal government, Independent Federation of Business, Chamber of Commerce, developers, banks. We are all immigrants, and we are all children of Canada. And we have a trend of cutbacks in healthcare and privatization of healthcare, but we do have the money because, as the above-mentioned organizations have actually increased their incomes dramatically, the gap between rich and poor. We are financially distressed. The federal government has untapped tax capacity. The province has huge obligations. The cities don't. We, as cities and provinces, do not need to spend our tax dollars on immigration because the federal government and the above-mentioned private groups do have lots of money and they do support immigration. We should see that when business writings in the, as I learned in university, is that you have one man called the personnel officer to make sure no one gets special favors. And it is important to not create animosity by favoring immigrant or refugee over others. And that equality is something championed and actually is a very good form of economic development, as it is when the blacks were liberated in America partially and partially in South Africa. The GDP rose as the economy became more efficient with a better meritocracy. I'm skeptical about trying to attract foreign business leaders. Sometimes such nations are harsh employers, and we want to make sure that businesses that set up shop do not try to debase labor standards, as the unskilled worker is under heavy threat. We always talk austerity on health services and taxes and wages, but I do believe it is a scam and almost a government conspiracy, and we do not need to cut our own people's spending in order to involve ourselves in foreign affairs, as foreign nations have far more money than they ever had before. We should also be aware that sometimes are the nations creating problems in these foreign lands to ship off refugees is something we must also be aware of, that we therefore can have a strategy of helping our own people, including the immigrants, and with better wages for all, the immigrant groups will do better. And that has to be the key, is to work on the bottom of society and do not allow a culture of hostility to workers come in business groups, especially the Chamber of Commerce and Federation of Business, and then and such organizations slander the workers. Now,
Mr. Solbach, you have 30 seconds left. I just wanted to give you a heads up on that, okay?
Okay. I understand freedom of speech is genuine. It's meant to protect you from government, but if people say bad things about people, homelessness and workers, is something to be held in contempt for. And so therefore, we are always talking bad times, but I think the best times are ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much for your submission. Members of the committee, are there any questions for Mr. Solbach? No? Thank you very much for your presentation. With that, are there any questions for staff on the immigration policy?
I'm just wondering, we always get into the question of language and access. Through this, I think it's very good, the website, the portal, centralizing the service, but the question of outreach, is there a different way of outreaching right through the cultural group or religious group, or is there, are we meeting people at the airport? How does that function in practical terms?
Thank you, Councillor. In partnership with OLIP, the Ottawa Local Immigration Partnership, we are working on a number of areas, and one of those is outreach and communication. So there's a subcommittee that is very targeted on what additional initiatives the community can take, the community organizations can take together to make Ottawa a more welcoming and inclusive community. So the OLIP partnership, with representation of a broad cross-section of our community partners, that has been really the opportunity to have new ideas around outreach and communication, and there definitely are those initiatives in terms of when individuals are thinking of coming to Canada and to come to Ottawa, to choose Ottawa as a destination. So there's promotional opportunities to even brand that further, and then once people decide to come here, the welcoming opportunities through the community organizations to ensure that people feel welcome and that they have supports in place to quickly and successfully integrate into the community. So that's been a big piece of the conversation with OLIP and the partners around the OLIP table. And then the initiatives that you have before you from the municipal strategy, there's 13 actions and there's 3 big pillars of action, one of which is communication and promotion. So that's going to be a big part of our work, and a lot of that is around the portal, but there'll be other initiatives beyond the portal that will expand and improve the way that the city organizes our services to support newcomers and immigrants to the city.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and let me begin by saying thank you to our staff for their work on this file. I believe some of the folks in the audience will agree it's been a long time working on it and to get where we are today. And also congratulations to the Catholic Immigration sponsoring or helping to secure funding through Trillium. The question always been asked, we have so many different organizations, and some of them receive funds from the city, some of them receive funds from other agency or government. How are we going to be able to streamline that? And it's always been a little bit of a challenge because you see some independency on its own, like we have Somalian for all women, we have Somalian men or Somalian youth, we have LASA so you have different organizations. They're all helping, with all due respect, they all do a good job helping their own community. But how, as an organization, as a city, how can we bring everybody to work together? Because we can find some probably efficiency if we are working together, or at least bring them all to one tent. That's the question. Because we have that in the past, met with different groups, and they all do a great job in our community. We're grateful for that. But how can you streamline that process? Can the city help in that?
So in terms of the specifics around that, what we initiated as a department this year is a process of having an annual forum. This year, as part of what we called the community conversation, we invited all the executive directors from all the key organizations in the city to spend a day to start talking about exactly the things that you're outlining. And one of the things that also happens very organically by bringing all these sectors together who may not necessarily work together or be in the same rooms at the same time, the same committees, is we saw some very beginnings of conversations around to start accomplishing exactly what you're talking about, is how can we work better together? You have some things that you're doing. How can we work that? As a city, we're also very specific in terms of how we issue our funding now, in that it is not directed towards one specific ethnic organization. In fact, we require the organizations to work across communities and to look at how they can do that. We represent typically somewhere in 10 to 12% of all of the funding that comes into the city and the community groups. So this is essentially where we're showing the leadership, which is to bring the organizations together to start making the progress that they're talking about. And the intent is to have that forum annually to semi-annually based on what the community's needs are.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Berry. Many times we're faced with, if the city give us seed money, then we can take advantage or move forward with other applications with the city. My question to you, and I'm glad to hear you have that in place, because in the past we were trying to bring all parties together, and somehow a lot of folks work independently, but I'm pleased to hear this, because so if I understand what you're saying, the city, in order to even allocate some of this funding, they will have to work with all agents, and those agents has to be open to all people, no matter what nationality, religious, color, race.
Yes, we're totally there. We've been there for several years, and it's a very key part of how we're actually going to work going forward, as well as today. But I think the power of everything we're doing in the department is based on an integrated community-wide approach, looking at what neighborhoods are requiring and needing, and not looking at necessarily what one or two agencies need, is how we're actually going to address the needs in that community. And that's all incorporated in our neighborhood studies, our whole neighborhood approach. Everything is based on those basic principles.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to our staff working with these folks. I know it's been a long time to get where we are today, but thank you to your effort.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Dr. Burry or his team? Nope. So with that, item number 4, the City of Ottawa Municipal Immigration Strategy and Immigration Portal Update. Is that carried? Carried. Carried. Thank you very much. All right. We're just going to move back to item number 6. This is a bit of housekeeping. I believe Councillor Fleury has his question answered. So on the 2013 to 16 long-term care home service accountability agreement, is this item carried? Carried. Carried. Thank you very much. So that leaves us at item number 5, the 10-year housing and homelessness plan. We do have a presentation by staff on that, and as they make their way forward, Vice Chair Cowdery, I know in your relationship with the Accessibility Advisory Committee, they had a point they wanted on the record as well, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the comments are provided by one of the members of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, of which I'm a council representative and a non-voting member on that committee. So I just want to read 2 paragraphs of his statement, if you would indulge me in doing so. Basically what Mr. Fury says in his comment, accessibility impacts on proposed plan represents the city's commitment to addressing the housing and support needs of our residents. Several actions contained in the plan also respond to the needs of persons with disabilities, such as increasing the supply of accessible subsidized housing units. The Housing Service Branch requires that a minimum of 5% of new construction include wheelchair accessible units. Successful proponents are furthermore encouraged to exceed this target whenever possible, and since 2002, the percentage of accessible units exceeds 12% of all units constructed. Helping households on low income who cannot afford to modify their homes or ensure they continue to be safe is a critical component of a responsive housing system. The Ontario Renovates program, which was implemented in April of this year, represents a $2.4 million investment to assist people with disabilities and seniors on low income with repairs or home modifications to help them continue to live independently in the community. This innovative program advances accessibility modifications in the built environment under the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act 2005. And just to put those comments in a little bit of a context, Mr. Chair and committee members, it is the Accessibility Advisory Committee point of view that Mr. Fury has expressed in his comments and in support of the plan and the program devised by city staff. So I want to thank you on behalf of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, along with these comments, to say thank you for doing a great job on this report. Thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Caudry. So we'll turn it over to staff for the presentation. And I say staff, but staff are joined by Ray Sullivan today from outside the sphere, I guess, but as a partner, no less. We'll let you go ahead and do the presentation, and then we'll get to speakers.
Thank you, Chair Taylor, and bonjour à tous, members of the committee. We're here to present our 10-year housing and homelessness plan. We call it A Home for Everyone, un chez soi pour tous. I am joined by two co-presenters from the Housing System Working Group.
Yes, thank you. I'm Ray Sullivan. I'm the Executive Director of CCOC, Centertown Citizens Ottawa Corporation, and we are Ottawa's largest private nonprofit landlord, managing just under 1,600 units of rental homes for low and modest income people.
And I'm Tim Simboli. I'm the Executive Director of CMHA Ottawa. We provide case management and support services to people with serious mental illness, including a housing-first approach to dealing with most of these people.
I'm happy to report that we did present the plan to Planning Committee last week, and they endorsed it wholeheartedly. First and foremost, our plan was based on the local needs of the community. It also builds on the strengths and the successes that we've had over the couple of years, and it was also based on extensive consultation. You'll see in the report there's really nothing new in terms of the priorities themselves. We always know that affordable housing and supports is the key and is the answer. What is new, though, there's new opportunity that's been provided at the provincial level. So these changes allow us to be more proactive, to be more preventative in our approaches, and that simply means adopting a housing-first model where it's about affordable housing and the supports where required. Before we begin with the plan itself, I thought I'd provide a little bit of background about the Housing Services Branch. It seems to be the best kept secret in the city in some ways. We have three main functions. They fall under emergency shelter being the first one. The city owns and operates 2 family shelters. There's staff that are there 24/7. They also manage the overflow and motels and the Y. We also contract with community agencies for emergency shelters for singles, that's men, women, and youth. Under the homelessness area, we have agencies who respond and prevent homelessness through street outreach, housing search and stabilization, housing loss prevention. We also subsidize over 1,000 residents in domiciliary hostel beds with 26 providers across the City of Ottawa. In terms of affordable housing, we have oversight for over 18,500 social housing units with 56 providers, the largest one being Ottawa Community Housing with 14,500 of those units. We also offer a variety of subsidies. As you know, we've talked before about our rent supplement program and our housing allowances. And lastly, we develop new affordable housing. I just wanted to spend a minute talking about the centralized waiting list. That's the front door to the social housing stock, if you will, and we contract with the registry to manage this list. We receive on a regular basis a lot of inquiries about the centralized waiting list and about social housing. And that is why in one aspect of our plan, in working together, we want to basically commit to increasing transparency and understanding of the programs and improving access. So you'll hear more about that to come. The benefit of having all of these under one roof is that we can offer more holistic client services and we can be more effective. It also allows us to have greater ability to lead and support sector planning in the community.
So I have the pleasure of sitting on the board of the Ontario Nonprofit Housing Association, and I get to work with colleagues in housing across the country. And I can say that one thing that I've heard and that I've observed that distinguishes Ottawa from other communities is that we work really strongly together. We cooperate, we collaborate as a sector, and we have a very strong partner in the City of Ottawa, and it's led to really good results through that partnership. And that Tim and I are here is very much evidence of that working relationship. As Janice mentioned, we both sit on something called the Housing System Working Group. It was a group created in 2010 before there was a mandate for this 10-year housing and homelessness plan. And it represents the full spectrum of housing and homelessness, and in fact also some health in the city. So it includes groups like Cornerstone Youth Services Bureau that operate shelters, groups like Options Bytown and the Canadian Mental Health Association that provide supportive housing. Health is at the table through the Local Health Integration Network, through Pinecrest Queensway Community Health Centre. There are also private landlords, there are co-ops, and there are nonprofits represented. My colleague Janice identified the need 3 years ago to create some kind of body that would help provide advice across the full spectrums of the sector. And really, it's the first time, to my knowledge, that these groups representing health and housing and homelessness have been brought together at the same table to tackle these issues in this way. 3 years ago, we had several plans dealing with a lot of these issues, and they were good strategies, but they dealt in isolation with housing, or separately with homelessness, or separately with supports. And what we're coming forward with now is a single plan that deals with these things all together, and it comes out of this partnership.
So fortunately for us, the Housing System Group had been up and running for about 8 months, working on the development of a housing plan when the $14 million investment was approved by Council. It was the first true test to demonstrate that we could come together as a sector. So we agreed on priorities, we agreed on a course of action, and we proceeded in a unified manner with the implementation. And the timing for the $14 million was very critical. There was a significant bottleneck across the system. Wait lists for housing, for services, the number of people staying and living, quite frankly, in a shelter was at an all-time high. There were year-over-year increases with really no end in sight. So the fact that that $14 million was not one-time but base funding resulted in the launch of some very unique and very progressive services, and they are highlighted in document 2 of the report. So looking at some of the outcomes it's had, there's been significant changes in our community as a result of that investment. In 2007 to 2010, we had approximately 120 to 140 people unsheltered, living under bridges and alleys and cars. There's been an 80% reduction to date. We now have 20 people who are unsheltered, and we continue to engage those individuals to look at housing first models or come into the shelter where they can be safe. In terms of the number of people in a motel, living in motels for long periods of time, this was considered by the Housing System Group to be one of the largest priorities and something we really had to work towards reducing. We, on most nights, we'd have 100 to 150 people, families living in motels. Since then, there's been a 50% decrease overall, and as we have contracted with the Y for 2 floors, and there's been a 30% reduction in the number of families overall requiring emergency shelter. As for the centralized waiting list, it was year-over-year increases, as I stated, and now we've seen an 8% decrease change to the trend to 9,700. These are numbers basically on a slide. Represents over 5,000 individuals whose lives have been improved. But these are much more than numbers. What is compelling is the resilience of the people who face these monumental changes. So what I decided to do is share with you some life-changing stories that result directly from the investments that was approved here at committee and council. At 60, I found myself homeless and penniless. The program provided me with the stability necessary to start my life over again. I've been connected to a nearby church, I do volunteer work, I take a course, and I am starting to deal with my health issues. Another testimony. If it wasn't for this program, I would have been on the street at the age of 48, after working for my whole life and taking care of myself. The reality is I was just like you. I worked, I put myself through university, I paid my bills, I paid my rent, I paid my taxes. However, I had an accident, and that left me disabled and homebound. The day came when I could no longer work. I knew I would be homeless and couldn't do anything about it. Staff made it possible for me to rest, regroup, get stronger and healthier. They have shown me that there are still people in the world who care about whether or not someone has a safe roof over their head, and I am thankful. Jay is 25 years old. He spent his teenage years in and out of foster care and his adult life on the street, in shelters and in difficulty with the law. Since receiving the support he needed, he pays his rent on time, he keeps his apartment clean, and he's been involved in drug and alcohol support groups. He recently completed a program that resulted in him receiving his first certificate of achievement and has since transitioned into high school equivalency program, received an award of achievement from Algonquin College. He looks forward to one day becoming an electrician. Jay struggles daily with a myriad of issues, but he never gives up. The Jay who first came to the program thought his life was destined to be served in jail. The Jay today won't let that happen. Je sais pas où je serais si je n'étais pas venu au programme. Autant je sais, dans les rues, sans espoir et sans volonté de vivre. And I left this one for last. My life was at the lowest. Now I realized I am somebody, not a nobody. I am alive again, not a broken soul. Thank you to whoever started the program. And I decided to end on that one because the programs start with funding, and the funding started with the decision at Committee and Council to invest in this $14 million. So why a 10-year plan? Well, I think that the sector has been evolving and maturing over the years. We are starting to challenge the status quo, and we're holding ourselves accountable to think and behave as a system. Of course, the Act requires us to come up with this plan, but more importantly, it provides us a mechanism to move support dollars along with people who transition out of the shelter. And prior to this, we had 4 distinct plans. They were important plans, they were successful plans, they were foundational pieces. And they are basically the foundation to the plan that we have today. The diagram up there shows you our journey for the last 18 months. It was very heavy on consultation at the beginning, very much blank slate discussions about what the priorities were. Then we developed the plan. We had some stakeholder engagement, submitted our plan to the province, have received feedback, and here we are today presenting the plan to all of you for your approval. Then we will be submitting the plan to the province before January 1st, 2014.
So Janice outlined the process that got us here today, and I want to highlight some of the key steps in that. About 1.5 years ago, we started with 8 half-day priority-setting consultations. 49 organizations were represented. There were also focus groups, surveys with tenants, shelter users, and clients of those 49 agencies, and a really clear consensus emerged around 3 priorities. And it's not rocket science. We need to build more housing. We need to make sure that supports are there for those who need them to stay housed. And people really wanted to see more system-level, sector-level planning. And those 3 things have been at the core of every single draft of this plan in the past 18 months. Excuse me. And then came the big event last April. Many of you were there. It was a 6-hour, 200-person, sit-down, focused consultation. There were staff and volunteers from community agencies, private landlords were represented, and of course tenants and people with first-hand experience in some of these situations. The really hard work for us as a working group came after that in digesting and incorporating the feedback we heard from that consultation. And a handful of us spent several half-day sessions locked in a room in some City of Ottawa office building. It wasn't a windowless room. It felt like it maybe should have been a padded room at times. But I am proud to say that we were able to rewrite the draft, building in what we heard from that consultation. And I would say that, and I'm quite proud to say, that anyone who attended that consultation would see their feedback represented in this plan. So I want to step back and we'll look at the picture of housing affordability in the City of Ottawa, and most of this, I think, is familiar to each of you. That one, yeah. Ottawa enjoys some pretty favorable demographics that you're familiar with: high education, high median income, a decent employment rate. But of course there's a downside. It's expensive to find housing in this city. 1 out of every 3 households in Ottawa are renters. That's about 100,000 households. And 40% of those can't afford the rent for an adequate apartment. Using the exact same measures that bankers and credit agencies use, 40% of all renters cannot find decent, affordable housing. And what's even worse is that 1 out of every 5 of those, another 20%, are spending half of their gross income before taxes on rent alone. That's 20,000 households in this city that are one step away from losing their homes. Now this next chart, I think, is familiar to many of you as well, showing the gap between some low and modest incomes and the cost of housing in the City of Ottawa. An honest person with a full-time minimum wage job would have extreme difficulty finding adequate affordable housing in most parts of this city. And when people have to make those kinds of choices, the choice between paying rent and putting a decent meal on the table, the choice between paying rent and buying a new winter jacket for your kid or a bus pass for your teenager, there are serious impacts on health, impacts on success in school, and impacts in the economic health of our whole community. So how do we tackle housing affordability? Well, of course, that's what this plan is all about. And there's no single solution, but we do know, plain and simple, that we need to create more affordable housing. And working in partnership with the federal and provincial governments, in the past 10 years, the City of Ottawa has helped create about 1,000 new units of affordable housing, and that's a very good start. Acquisition and redevelopment are also part of the solution, as are housing subsidies and housing allowances. That's an important tool that allows us to leverage private sector housing stock and make it more affordable as well. But we also need to preserve what we've got to make sure that existing housing that is affordable in the private sector or in the nonprofit sector stays in good condition. Now, by no means should we let the provincial and federal governments off the hook. They're a very big part of this. But this is a looming challenge that we all have to tackle together. And the City of Ottawa, in fact, is ahead of many communities in doing this. And I'm very proud to say that this City of Ottawa was willing to be the first in, especially with some of the commitments made by this council early on in your term. So the first priority, and I want to address some of the targets that are on the side there. These are near-term goals, and of course it's going to be the job of the Housing System Working Group to develop good indicators, set ongoing targets, monitor them, and report back to you. But this priority, this first priority, making sure everyone has a good home, it's the first step, and for most of those 40,000 households, in fact, it's the only step that we need, making sure that people have affordable housing. But for many people, it's not the only step, and there's more that needs to be done. So I'll hand off to my colleague Tim. We'll talk about that part of the plan.
Thank you very much, Ray. There's a growing recognition that providing 4 walls and a roof may define a house, but it doesn't define a home. That in fact a home is a place where you live. It's in a neighborhood that you're comfortable, and it's a place where you're welcomed and that you feel confident. It's a place where you've got the kinds of supports that will allow you to thoroughly enjoy and thoroughly participate in the neighborhood and in the community. And there's a growing recognition that supports are needed to make that happen. There's a growing recognition that among the most difficult to house, the chronic homeless, that it takes a housing first approach, which isn't a housing only approach, it's a housing first approach, and it requires that people have a place to live and the kinds of supports that make their chance of success that much greater. When we say supports, we're actually talking about the widest possible range of supports that you can imagine. Social, medical, familial, recreational. It also involves specialized supports and services that might be tuned to the individual, and it treats the individual as an individual. It doesn't treat them as a cookie cutter that requires, one from column A and two from column B kind of thing. The plan recognizes that these are supports that are individualized, that they're necessary to make a home a success, that they're holistic, and you'll see that built into this priority. Basically, we're seeing that everybody who has a home in Ottawa has the right to some kind of support. In many cases, that's provided through informal networks, through their family, through their employment. And if we're going to start to deal with folks who are vulnerably housed, who don't have a home, we need to make sure that the supports are in place to allow them to do that and do that successfully. So the first part of this priority is that people receive the right types of support to keep their home and to prevent homelessness. And the best way to keep people from being homeless is to keep them supported in the homes that they've got. That should make absolute sense. But we should also recognize that people who do become homeless, for whatever reason, are safe, that they've got adequate shelter of a temporary nature, and that they have the supports to get out of that temporary housing or temporary shelter and achieve a home, find a home someplace. And this is probably the most ambitious part of the whole plan, is that this plan intends to eliminate chronic homelessness in the city. That's a huge and ambitious plan, a huge and ambitious objective. And the way that we need to do that is through the kinds of supports that we offer people. For the most part, the folks that are chronically homeless, and these are people who spend over 60 days without a home. These are folks who are in our shelters, in some cases for years. These are folks who may not be in our shelters but are in the informal homelessness, couch surfing or literally under bridges. These are the folks that for a whole variety of reasons do not have a home, do not have a place to call home. In many cases, these folks are struggling with serious mental illness. The proportion that's represented in homelessness in the homeless population is incredible, and they seldom exist as simple mental illness issues that we might see with people who are distressed, suffering post-traumatic stress, as many in this community are today. These are folks who have chronic disabling illnesses that are in combination with other issues that they're dealing with. There's often addictions, often developmental delays. They're difficult they find it difficult to find employment. They're isolated in our community. They are really the folks that are the neediest. And there's a rationale that says if we want to improve the system, we need to deal with the neediest first and work our way from that. We'll come to that in a second. As Ray said, I'll address the targets. The near-term targets are ones that we have some control over. The more ambitious ones you'll see are less in our control or less specific because they are what we hope for in the future. They are aspirational. So you'll see that in the start this year is that we will take 100 of the folks who are our long-stay chronic homeless people who are using the shelters every day for years. We'll take 100 of those folks and we'll find them adequate housing. We'll find them a home. And by doing that, we'll actually drop the overall average stay in our shelters by something on the order of 15%. So even though those folks represent 1 or 2% of the homeless population, that 100 will actually make a significant difference in the number of people who are staying in our shelters. And we hope to be able to do that and continue that year after year. And we hope that by 2024, as you'll see up there, that the savings that the system will obtain from the reduced need on the shelter by having that plowed back into these kinds of supports and services will actually start to decrease the overall homeless population. So that's an important aspect to remember of this plan, is that this isn't a one-time fix. This is a continuous investment that needs to be redone every year to make this successful. And we're hoping that we, in fact, by 2024, we reduce emergency shelter to those true emergencies. So where people who lose their jobs and lose their homes, or have a fire, or for whatever reason that they find themselves homeless, that they're only using the shelter system for 30 days or less, and that we've got a system, we've got a community, we've got a market that will allow them to be picked up and find a proper home in fairly short order. Again, to follow up on what Ray said, the third priority is that we've got a system that actually works together. We benefit from a lot of casual integration, of connection. It's getting more formalized and stronger. It's stronger as a result of this process. The fact that we had private market people and social service providers and service providers like myself and representatives of tenants in the community all around the table, that we had the kind of consultations that we had that were so broad and so inclusive. That's the launching pad for an integrated plan. So the committee that we sit on is actually kind of a never-ending committee, because it's a never-ending challenge. Well, I will definitely retire from it. I don't know about Ray. He's younger than I am. And what we're aiming for is that the planning and the coordination and the sustained funding will continue, not only from this council, which you folks control, but we'll also work together with council to make sure that the other levels of government pull their fair share in this. And there's a growing, I think, synergy building that people are recognizing the kinds of things that need to be done. The will is starting to build, I think, to do these sorts of things. The money is the challenge, of course, because it's an expensive proposition to deal with these things. But what we're finding is that by using a housing first approach, by using the supports, by maintaining people in homes, that we're not only doing the most humane thing possible and treating people with dignity, but we're also doing the most sensible thing with the tax dollar that we've got. These are efficient and effective investments that we can make in our city, in our economy. I think the near-term targets are attainable. I think the long-term targets are what we need to do as a city, and I hope that you folks can support us on that, can support this plan.
So there are definitely many opportunities at our disposal, one of them being the flexibility that the provincial government has afforded us. Unfortunately, with that flexibility came some funding cuts and some caps. So if the number of the people who are homeless increases, we don't receive any additional funding from the province, whereas before there was no cap on that and they would cost share 80-20. And if we looked at the last 5 years or so, the numbers were increasing year over year. So from my perspective, the status quo is not an option from a financial perspective. However, the social and individual downsides of doing nothing more or different, should be enough of an impetus for us to pool our resources to create these inclusive communities that build capacity where neighbors know and support one another. For the first time, we have capital monies and operating that can help us transition homeless individuals. And I'd like to just give you an example. The TRI program at the YMCA, we have 2 floors where 43 homeless women have moved into. A lot of the testimonials that I read earlier are from there. If these 43 homeless women would have continued to be in the shelter, that would have cost the city in excess of $670,000 for a year. The TRI program, with its better outcomes, is costing $260,000. So that's a perfect example right there of how we can have savings, better outcomes, so that we can reinvest in affordability and in other supports. In addition, the $14 million also leveraged over $3 million, so I have no doubt that we'll be able to leverage other resources and funding. So at this point, this report does not have any new asks. The plan will result in savings, and they will be reinvested into prevention. And with preventative approaches, there's also a reduction in emergency services, such as paramedics, policing, and hospital rooms. It's crucial that in the next 6 years, we move to make the city, put the city where we want it to be, because the funding beyond 2019 is unknown at this point. And I just want to speak just quickly about the challenges. NIMBY is alive and well in our city, and it's something we need to address. We need to stay the course despite competing demands. We need to be patient. This is a paradigm shift. The numbers are important, but more important are the lives that we're changing. And lastly, we need a permanent solution to our repair and maintenance issue. So our next steps. We will submit our plan to the ministry by January 2014. We will prepare a detailed work plan working with our interdepartmental committee and the Housing System Working Group, as we talked. We will engage and consult with the broader stakeholder group. We need to bring developers to the tables, and we need to work closely with our councillors. We will raise awareness and understanding of the needs of the people we serve. And we will acknowledge the contributions of other levels of government. We will work with them to improve their planning and policies relating to housing supports, and we will remind them when they are falling short with respect to their funding and their mandates. Many of our resources and supports to provide for our families, many of us have those supports to Many of us have the resources and supports to provide for our families and ourselves. The bottom line is we all deserve to be sheltered, and we all should be provided with the opportunity to thrive and reach our full potential.
I want to recognize once again the good work of this council, especially early on in your term, in making a significant investment toward housing and poverty reduction, but also more recently in stepping in to fill a gap of nearly $8 million when the province was peeling back its funding for some of the programs that made life easier for lowest income people in the city. These are important steps, and they are making a difference in our communities.
And I'd like to, one of my roles is I'm the incoming chair of the Alliance to End Homelessness, and that's often a group that's here pressing and pushing people to do more and to do more in this area. And I sometimes think that we make ourselves into we're a bit of a thorn in the side. But I have to say that in spite of that, the work that we get to do with the staff in the city is remarkable. They're open, they understand the concerns, they listen to what's going on, they've got an appreciation for what's going on in the city. And in this process in particular, they've taken on, I think, an admirable form of leadership, what I call steward leadership, servant leadership, where they've taken the role of bringing people together and not imposing their will, but to draw the voices out from the people in the community, and I think Janice and the team is to be commended for doing that. It really is a participatory process that created this plan. It's something that I think Ray and I and the folks from the community that helped drafted this or participated at any level can really feel a sense of ownership for it. So it's not a bureaucratic plan, it's a city plan, and that's really remarkable. And thank you, Janice.
Thanks to both of you, and I do want to acknowledge just Tim spoke earlier about the synergy and the energy of this group. Really, it just comes down to listening and being solution-oriented and working together. And there's an absolute commitment to creating communities that just support diversity in all of its forms. And lastly, I just want to acknowledge the people we serve who inspire us every day, as outlined in those testimonials that I read to you earlier. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Janice, Tim, Ray. It's wonderful to be able to sit at City Hall and work through all of the paperwork side of things and dispense the cash. It's another thing entirely to see how it reacts on real people's lives. And so some of the biggest blessings associated with the work that your group has done have been the opportunity to go out and see the outcomes and see the live people behind some of those testimonials. And I think, notwithstanding our need to continue to press the federal government and the provincial government to step up, and certainly they partner in some respects, but not all, you know, I think the train has left the station on the notion that just because we can't do everything doesn't mean we should do anything. So I think we've moved to a point now where we understand as a community that we need to see results on the ground, and your group has certainly worked very, very hard to deliver that. So thank you to your entire group and for the hard work that they're doing. And I know that you see, particularly Tim, Ray, you see the real face of this every day in your day-to-day lives, interacting with a lot of the folks who are consumers of many of the services out there. So thank you for the work that you do. We do have two speakers, but I'll open it up for questions from the committee first. Councillor Wilkinson and Councillor Holmes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation and the work you've done on all of this. Just had a question. There was a letter from the ministry saying they wanted more detail in some parts of the plan. I guess you've seen that. I don't think they're not in this yet, are they?
No, they're not.
And if they approve this plan as it's submitted now, is there flexibility, and this maybe is to you, Mr. Chair, to say the revisions that they request, because you could do those before you submit it. But if we've approved this one, can we send in as revisions? That's the question that I really have.
The report to the province has two sections. There's the plan itself, and there's the report that gives some background to the plan. And that's the section that we will be enhancing, and that's really for their information. And it talked basically about developing more performance indicators, and we talk in the plan about that. We'll provide a little bit more information. And what we wanted to do is be more engaging about those performance indicators. And once they're developed, then we will bring them forward. And as for meeting the needs of people who are fleeing abuse, people with developmental aids and those things, they are a mandate of the province, and we will continue to engage them around fulfilling their mandate. And we will beef that up as part of the report itself, but not necessarily in the plan. So if you approve the plan today, that is what will be going forward to the province. The report section that speaks more broadly to it is the section that will be updated.
I think they were asking for not just doing the indicators, but how we're going to go about doing the indicators. Will that be in that as well?
We're going to be talking about how we're going to be developing those work plans.
So,
and just to
it wasn't the work plans so much, it was how you're going to go about developing the indicators, so you would have a way of reporting back.
So we're going to do that with our work group, as well as work with the province. They also want to assist all the municipalities. It wouldn't be wonderful if we all had similar indicators, so we're going to be working with them as well. The other thing that I want to clarify is we submit the plan to them for their information. So it's not a compliance or a requirement issue, so they will approve our plan. They will receive our plan as it's submitted.
Okay. That's and the other little point you've raised about, which I actually agree with, because I'd love to see this happen, but all the various savings by doing all of this, I never see any of it coming back, because if we save money on our police and paramedics and things, they have so many expenses that gets eaten up before we even blink an eye. The federal government, the health department always says the provincial health people are in the hospital funding, they eat it up as well. So do you have any idea of how you're going to go about trying to recoup these? I know on paper it's very easy to show these savings happen with an individual, but I'd like to see that turned around so I can have in community housing another couple of housing units. I don't see how we're going to be able to do that.
I think we have to start internally. Right? So in terms of, and that's why it's wonderful that it's all under one roof. So all that funding that was siloed previously, we can look at those investments, and I think we have to start by demonstrating that we're being as effective as possible, and a lot of the solutions are within this branch. There's no doubt about it, as described under the TRI program. Then what we need to do is work with that interdepartmental committee, where we have to understand where we're headed, what some of the objectives are. And when we start demonstrating those those significant changes, and there's some exciting programs that are coming that I think will significantly reduce that policing and those paramedic responses, that's when the conversation gets interesting. And when we're all working together towards that and having a dialogue, that's when I think that's not going to happen overnight. That's going to take much time. That's when I hope that we can recognize the changes that the results that these changes are having.
I love your positive attitude. And I take it the working group that developed this is going to be continuing on because it's going to need continuous monitoring and enhancement.
Absolutely.
So thank you for that work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Holmes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I want to thank everyone as well for working so hard on this for the last several years and coming together as a whole sector and a whole system. I'm interested in it's a very positive report, talks about how well we're doing, which is not my view of the world at all. I don't think we're doing well. We've gone from 10,005 on the waiting list to 9,700. This is not good, in my opinion. 9,700 households are on our waiting list waiting for housing that we have no money to provide. That is what I see in this report. It's not explicitly stated, but that is the fact. So we have a government, provincial government, who's given us more leeway, more flexibility, and taken away some money. That's not a positive statement to be making about our provincial government. So here we are in our usual situation. They demand a 10-year report, but there's no money to implement any of the recommendations in that 10-year report. They give us more flexibility and they take away money. So I guess I think we're doing much better on the homelessness front. Thank goodness the homelessness community is well organized, mouthy, comes and asks for what they need. Now, where's the organization for the 9,000 families sitting on the waiting list? Where's their voice? How come they're not here, although we do have a group that does lobby and work on their behalf? But 9,000 families that need housing, that are living in horrible situations, some of them. And because we have all these homelessness and other priorities, those 9,000 families can wait for 7 or 8 years. That's not good news. So, you know, although in some way we're doing better, in other ways we're not doing very well. So, you know, we need the $17 million a year that's buried in this report on page 12 in the middle of a paragraph somewhere. We need $17 million a year for maintenance. OCH, Ottawa Community Housing, and I see Joanne here, needs money to maintain our buildings. And, you know, we don't have the money. And we have 16,000, this is what drives me crazy. We have 16,000 households in this city who live in Ottawa Community Housing, who would like their housing to be repaired and maintained, and we don't activate them. 16,000 lobbyists who could be going to the provincial and federal government and saying, you know, I have a leaky roof. Why is my house full of mold? But in my ward, my OCH tenants are voting less and less and less each voting time. 35% reduction in voting from OCH tenants in my ward last term. Well, if they don't vote, politicians don't pay attention to them. So we are not, we as the owners of the housing and the maintainers of the housing, are not doing very well in educating our residents as to get out to vote, why they should vote, giving them the three parties information on housing. We don't have to tell them who to vote for, just provide them with the statements in the party's own brochures and say, now here, you choose which you think will provide you with better housing. But we're not activating that resource that we have to help us. You know, so it's you and it's us trying to get those governments to do more to help us. But you need the real voices of the real people, too, to give us the kind of support we need in our lobbying efforts. So I had expected, as I read through, looking for the lobbying plan in here to go to the federal and provincial governments, to start to explain, using the media as well to get that word out. without that, we're going to continue on with that 9,000 families sitting on a waiting list, going nowhere, and our housing deteriorating and will cost far more in the end, or we're going to be like Toronto, closing buildings and putting people out on the street because the housing is not being maintained. So could I have a comment on that? That was my question, Mr. Chair. Could you please comment on that question?
It was a long question. As for the repair and maintenance, it's clearly stated in the plan that we will be coming back with some recommendations within a year. There's been excellent headway made. Is it enough? Absolutely not. We have a $17 million problem, absolutely, and we need a permanent solution. What we've had so far are one-time solutions. I absolutely agree with you. We have a database and we've done those inspections, and by the end of the year, we will have a perfect idea of where the state is on each one of our units, and that will help inform. There's been some wonderful programs that we've implemented around redevelopment, refinancing, revenue generation, environmental solutions. Are they enough? No, they are a start. You will see us back here in a year with some concrete recommendations about how to fill that void. As for people on the waiting list, I agree. I wish I had a solution. The good news is the trend is reversing as a start. It was increasing year over year. And what we are really doing is we're looking at that information on the list, and we're looking at the people who are waiting the longest and have the greatest need. So your large families, families with mobility issues are waiting the longest, and that's what we're trying to respond to. When you do that, the wait times will reduce overall. And we are also providing housing allowances for some of the families that are waiting. And those are all information we will bring forward. We're going to unpack that centralized waiting list information. We will bring it back. We will bring back more concrete information about who's on it, who's also receiving the housing allowance, as I said. And then that comes back to then having that some capital investments or some additional money for rent subs and housing allowances that we can put out into the community. And we had some very broad discussions about having to stop preaching to the converted, which is all of us, right? But we did have to start by understanding what each of us did. We had an education series for we thought we all knew what we did. It wasn't until we came into a room together we had to clarify our definitions and what we all did. And I think we're stronger for it, we're more mature for it, and that's why that third priority is so important. We have to stop doing that, as I said, preaching internally, get the developers on side, get the community involved, and also just move very hard and strong on working with the province and the federal government and the importance of a national housing strategy. And
I just wanted to answer some of the part, if I could, about advocacy. Councillor Holmes, I hope you're coming to our little CCOC celebration. We're burning a mortgage at 5:30 today at one of our properties. This is a property that was supported through a federal housing program 35 years ago, where mortgages were subsidized through Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. That mortgage is now paid off. We no longer need and no longer get that subsidy. This is happening across the country. The federal government, when this is all rolled out, will be saving close to $2 billion a year that it is no longer investing in affordable housing in this country. There is a huge opportunity for the City of Ottawa to work with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, to work with the Canadian Housing and Renewal Association, to work with groups like ACORN and advocates across the country to not let them off the hook and to make sure that that money is reinvested in affordable housing. Because as Councillor Holmes points out, and well, if I can quote George Harrison, it's going to take money. It's going to take a whole lot of money.
All right, we had Councillor Fleury, then Councillor Tierney. Unless it's Councillor Tierney, do you want to? I'll be very
Okay. Thank you very much for that. And when you presented this at planning, I did comment. I didn't want to repeat myself, but for the benefit of the crowd, FCM is definitely looking at homelessness and housing as one of the big issues. It will be their plank go forward. In the past, it was gas taxes and indexing. Now our main focus, being an FCM board member, is homelessness and housing. So I do appreciate it, and I've asked you last time, are you working closely with FCM? And I remember quite clearly you said you used to work at FCM, so you know them quite well and know how to find them. So that continued relationship will only help us, emphasize to the federal government we need more money. Yeah, it's not just a municipal issue anymore. It's a countrywide issue, and if we speak in one voice, it always benefits us. So those are just my comments, and thank you very much for letting me speak, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Furry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Janice, I have a quick question for you. How many years have you been in that position?
3 years.
3 years. So in 3 years, you've been able, to me this is a tough sector, just like the arts community, just like the sport community. So many people offer so many different services. So I want to give kudos to you. In 3 years, you're able to bring your partners, internally the city, into an alignment and a vision. So it's important to recognize this today. I'm not dismissing the comments of my colleague. We need to recognize the issues today, but we also have to have a vision of where we need to go. And I think that's what you're bringing today. We're not hiding the fact that we need more money. We're not hiding the fact that there's close to 10,000 people on the waiting list. We're not hiding the fact that, the homelessness issue is a complex one. The Housing First model is an idea. The support systems that are tied to it is an idea. What I'm hearing is that we're going to build Ottawa's idea of this model, and we're going to make it work for our community. The question that remains through this report for me personally is, what happens with, and it comes, in French we say, ça vient par la bande. It's kind of a side hit to this issue, but it's the treatment centers. What happens with people that are in the homelessness group and are struggling, and we could, they could potentially fit into a Housing First support model, but really they're on waiting list for treatment centers. I'd like to hear from you on that, specific to the plan.
Maybe I'll try and field that question. The capacity to deal with those kinds of issues, addiction, serious mental illness, the system deals with 10% of the people that it could be dealing with, maybe. I think what's hopeful in this, and recognizing that we're in a deep hole, and the progress that we've made, what we're trying to be optimistic about is the fact that we've dug ourselves out a little bit of it, and hopefully we'll dig a little bit more. But the idea of harmonizing all of these plans, getting these systems to work together, I'm funded primarily through the LINs, through healthcare dollars, but I know for dealing with people that have serious mental illness, if we can't put them in a home that they can call their own, all the services that we can pour into them are for naught. They're not making the situation better. They're simply staunching the problem as it exists. So the idea that we can kind of integrate these things together and get them all pulling in the same direction is one of the things that's the advantage of this program. I think, what's being proven time and time again is that you can remove people from their lives and deal with their issues, but they have to reintegrate back into their lives. And if the problems are severe enough that they need to go elsewhere, well, they need to go elsewhere. They need to go into programs, but they come back to our community. And most of those problems we can deal with in the community, with people in their own homes, with the kinds of supports around them. We're finding that time and time again. We don't need to send them even to the hospitals that are in our community. If we've got the proper supports, they can be at home, and the few times in their lives when things get so desperate that they need those kinds of help, the hospitals need to be there, but it's the community base that actually provides them with the best chance of living a healthy, full life. So, yes, the system is nowhere near at capacity, but we need to start in our communities and in our homes with these people. That's where they're going to get better. That's where they've got to live the rest of their lives. I don't know if that answered your question.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. And the other comment is related to the assessment, the property assessment. We're going through it all with OCH, and we realize all of the surprises, and we try to respond, and we really do a decent job at it. But across the sector, we're going to get if we're doing an honest job in this analysis, we're going to be surprised. I mean, you're going to see leaky roofs, you're going to see leaky faucets, you're going to see major things to which we need to pay attention, because it's not just putting people into housing that's not appropriate. Let's do it right, and let's establish the path forward for this plan. So again, just to wrap up, I think, yes, continue in the direction. Thanks for the vision. Thanks for the corporate memory as well, in terms of where we're at, establishing where we're at and where we need to go. And let's not be scared to ask. Let's not be scared to ask.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? No, we do have 2 speakers on this. Thank you very much for the presentation. We may have questions to staff afterwards based on the speakers, or maybe not. The first speaker is John Dickey, and I assume, John, you're here on behalf of Eastern Ontario Landlords. Come on down, and I believe you know the drill.
We could maybe have a quick committee meeting while he's up here.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you, Mr. Taylor. EOLO represents for-profit landlords. At the moment, our members own and operate over 36,000 units, rental homes across Ottawa. And we have been on the housing system working group since its inception 3 years ago. I, in fact, and EOLO have been advocating on housing policy for about 23 years, since 1990. And as the first thing I'm going to say, I think we've made more progress in the last 3 years than we've made in the 20 years before that. So EOLO and the private sector, private rental providers, are very much in support of the plan. It addresses the key needs, especially for eliminating chronic homelessness, and hence the focus on the social service and mental health supports, as well as providing homes. What I think this plan does that so many of the previous plans didn't do adequately was to bring together the support need, and the housing need. And the plan advocates the use of or sets forth a plan to use rent supplements and portable housing allowances. Together they're being called housing subsidies, to avoid getting into the details, but there are differences between those plans. And one of the things that is not well known, which ties in with one of the things Councillor Holmes said, is 80% of the people in this city who are on Ontario Works rent in private rental housing, not in social housing. So they are not being served by the whole social housing sector. And in fact, people move on and off Ontario Works. They move in and out of poverty. And we cannot possibly build homes for all those people who have need, especially since we could provide them a home this year and then they don't need it next year, but we don't want to force them out of it. We'd end up having to house 30 or 40% of the people in Ottawa. Whereas with a direct assistance, a direct cash assistance to the tenant when they need it, they can get the assistance quickly when they need it, and then it can be easily taken away from them without disrupting their lives when they don't need it anymore. So I would say that housing subsidies have typically been used to address the affordability issue, which is a major part of the issue in the centralized waiting list. But what this plan does is to use housing allowances also to reduce homelessness, to address that question of how do you get the person the home as well as the supports. So in many ways in my submission, this is really a very superior plan and one which can be developed, can move forward. So there are numerous benefits to direct assistance to tenants, which I've enumerated at this committee and council a number of times. I'll spare you that list today, but it's on our website and we can get it to you if anyone wants to know. What I do want to do today is to thank a number of people. First of all, the city staff, especially but not only Janice Burrell, who really has brought this thing together. But I also want to thank the other stakeholders who are embracing approaches which will successfully engage the private sector. and will successfully take advantage of the asset that the private rental sector has, which is much of the affordable rental housing. Not affordable in a technical sense that some agency is making it 30% of a person's income, but affordable in a sense that it's $600 a month or $400 a month for a room, or $500 a month for a small bachelor, or $600 a month for an attic or a basement. And this is housing that the vast bulk of those people on the social housing waiting list are already in, but the problem is they're paying $600 a month when they can only readily afford $300 a month. And what a housing allowance can do is bridge that gap. And you don't even have to completely fill a gap. You can alleviate the worst cases and then adopt the principle that Tim alluded to. Let's solve the worst problems, and then we'll work down so that you make the best use of the limited resources that are available. So I'm going to conclude with the note that, and the third group I want to thank are Mayor Watson and City Council, including all of you, because clearly the new $14 million was huge, and replacing most of the province's $7 million cuts was huge. It was so much better to be able to work out how do we fill in gaps, how do we improve things, rather than to be saying, okay, what do we have to cut to get some money to do something new? So it's been huge. And I must say, EOLO has been proud to sit on this housing system working group to ensure that the plan can be successful at tapping the private sector's resources, the private sector's abilities, and simply the housing that is in the private sector, which people are already accessing. As opposed to the notion that sometimes governments come out with top-down solutions which put off the private sector and, frankly, which do not work. So this plan, admittedly, is not the be-all and the end-all. It needs to be developed. It needs to be to move forward. But compared with what we've had until now, this plan, in my opinion, and that of the private sector, is great and just what the city needs to solve homelessness and the affordability problem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dickey. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Dickey? No, thank you very much. Next presenter is Margaret Nelson. And Ms. Nelson, if you want to make your way down, you have 5 minutes from when you begin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and committee members, for this opportunity to speak to you. I am chair of the Social Justice Committee of the Ontario Association of Social Workers Eastern Branch, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of our 450 members. We have heard today from staff very positive vision for the city that wants to provide a place for everyone to call home. But what we want to bring to your attention is perhaps an area that seems to be overlooked here. It is in relation to the domiciliary people in domiciliary hostels, people requiring domiciliary hostel care. For some time now, our committee has been studying the domiciliary hostel system as it operates in Ottawa, looking at the standards that are in place and questioning the adequacy of the services that are provided for individuals with mental illness issues who have been placed in those facilities. Approximately a year ago, when the city became a partner in the Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative, it took on new and greater responsibilities for the domiciliary hostel programs. Two examples of actions with negative consequences that were taken under CHIPI were the elimination of the therapeutic bus pass program and the funding cuts to the emergency taxi program. For people living in domiciliary hostels, these changes have reduced even further their access to the community and the community services that they need. More recently, we have learned that a new city directive has capped the number of subsidies available for admission to domiciliary hostels for patients ready to leave one of Ottawa's hospitals. This means that although there are empty beds in the hostels, there are now, we understand, 70 people on the list waiting for admission. This is resulting in longer hospital stays than therapeutically necessary or in discharge to the shelter. Since patients in a forensic unit cannot be discharged to the shelter, there are now very sick people in jail waiting for beds in the hospital assessment unit. Changes of this kind on the part of the city are, in our opinion, very ill-advised and made without due consideration to the effect that they will have on the care system as a whole. The Canadian Mental Health Commission report provides a blueprint of the elements that are needed in a community to assist people living with a mental disability in their recovery process. We ask that this committee strongly recommend that the city's housing and homelessness plan in moving forward should include making a study of the Canadian Mental Health Commission's recommendations related to the recovery process for people in our community and apply them to the domiciliary hostel program, and that the study should be done by the city, not in isolation, but in partnership with those who receive care and those who provide care. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members of the committee, are there questions for the speaker?
I wonder if we could have a comment from staff on that, on the comments from the speaker.
Sure.
The Dom Hostel programs are a very important solution to the needs in our community. It is a supportive housing option for sure. The province, we were undertaking a review of the standards as we speak, and the province has engaged us. Actually, I received an email from them yesterday to engage the City of Ottawa to proceed with that review of standards, and that is very important. And what we're finding as people age in the domiciliary hostels, their acuity increases, and therefore the needs for additional programming and support. And we absolutely agree that that's something we have to look at. Recently, we did increase the funding by 4%. That was just announced actually in August to try to keep up with some of those needs. As for the reduction in taxis and bus passes, that was one of the reductions at the provincial level that you all struggled with at the last budget. And as you know, my colleagues pointed out, the majority of that money was bought back. Unfortunately, there did remain to be some reductions, and that was one of them. As for putting a cap or a freeze, we've always had funding for 1,000 beds. And we unbelievably have never had a waiting list before. When you look at all the waiting lists across every sector of long-term care and all the rest of it, we were fortunate that we never had that that waiting list. We came to a point where and it's not about 1,000 beds, it's funding. We have enough funding for 1,000 beds. And so what we need to do is look at our budget, look at any savings that we have this year, and the logical next step would be to put that towards additional beds in Dom hostels. They're there, they're available, they're ready. In the meantime, however, the funding is capped at what would equate to 1,000 beds. I had some other notes here. I can't remember what they were. Sorry about that.
I'm just going to add a couple of other sort of key points around this. I think Janice has given you some of the technical and funding pieces of it. One of the issues that we've been facing in this particular area is that as a department, we deal with multiple ministries at the provincial level that provide funding. And as part of the AMO conference, Councillor Tierney, Councillor Deans attended a meeting with the Ministry of Community and Social Services, who facilitated a meeting with all of the other ministries. And our specific ask was to begin to use Ottawa as a pilot area in Ontario to start coordinating the changes in legislation. Because what we're experiencing are when the Ministry of Health changes areas, when our hospital system responds in terms of discharge, when they cut discretionary funding or shift rules, we're the ones that bear the brunt for this, and the disconnects start to show very, very profoundly and quickly. So I think Councillor Holmes mentioned earlier the notion of where we're having to try and redevelop our systems here as quickly as possible with less money. That's the bottom line. And we are trying to be more efficient, more effective in what we get, but there are things we run into where the ministries are not necessarily aligned. It makes it difficult for us to do this, and that's what our request was. This will be a new way for the province of Ontario to work. It's historically not been there, but we're the service delivery agent on a number of different areas, and we're trying to align all of that. So I just want to make sure that we understand that we are trying to work towards a much more provincial municipal relationship that allows us to be more effective with the dollars we get and relieve some of these pressures that are coming up.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tierney.
I just wanted to thank you, Aaron. I mean, there was a lot of work done, and when Councillor Deans and I sat down with the minister, you guys already laid out all the groundwork on that, but I think you were as surprised as we were that they said yes, they wanted to work with us, and they wanted us to be a pilot. This could be a big change of business process when it comes to connecting all these dots, and it's going to help us a lot. So I just wanted to thank you on record for all the work you and your staff did on that.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else for Ms. Nelson? No, thank you very much for your presentation. Is there any other questions for staff? No? All right, thank you very much. So members of the committee, we're being asked that we approve for council the 10-year housing and homelessness plan as outlined in the report, that the plan be included as a priority in the city's strategic plan, the 2011 to 14 balanced scorecard, with performance measures as outlined in the report, and that any savings from the implementation of the plan are reinvested in housing and homelessness initiatives to support the priorities, targets, and outcomes. Is this carried? Carried. Thank you very much. All right. We have one other item of business before us. It is the strategy to address vacant buildings update. To provide you a bit of a roadmap on this, there are two motions which I would like to move, but I cannot move them in the chair, so I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Kadri, who has graciously allowed me to move these motions so we can have them before us. Then we'll have a staff presentation. Then we'll do questions to staff. Then we will have our delegations on this, and we have 7, I believe, at the moment. So over to you, Vice Chair Kadri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and if you would like to put your motions forward, we can hear those motions, and then we'll carry on with the roadmap that you've laid out so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I have two motions. The first is a minor heritage-related item. The other is a more substantive. I'll read them both out. The first one is an amendment to proposed regulations, minor heritage-related items. Moved by myself, be it resolved that the standards from Part 4 and Part 5 heritage properties, vacant and damaged heritage properties contained in document 1 of the staff report be amended as follows. 1, that the words unless required appearing in item 5 be repealed, and 2, that item 6 be repealed and replaced with the following. Despite section 4, where heat is no longer being provided in the building, the water system shall be drained immediately and adequate ventilation shall be provided. That's the first motion. Second motion is on the same item, the strategy to address vacant buildings update, amendment to proposed regulations, receptacles, and outdoor furniture. Whereas staff wish to clarify the intent of provisions related to receptacles and outdoor furniture included in the proposed amendments, property standards bylaw and property maintenance bylaw is outlined in item 9. Therefore, be it resolved that the proposed regulatory amendments to the property standards bylaw 2005-207 as amended, and the property maintenance bylaw 2005-208 as amended, found in document 1 and document 2, be amended as follows. 1, that containers for recyclable items and organic materials not be included in the proposed revised definition of receptacle and also not be included in the rear yard, side yard, and other location requirements found in the property standards bylaw and proposed for the property maintenance bylaw. with the effect that these location requirements would continue to be applicable to garbage and refuse containers only. And 2, that new sections be added to the property standards bylaw and property maintenance bylaw to require that all containers for organic waste and containers for recyclable items be kept in a clean, neat, and tidy condition and be emptied regularly in accordance with the waste collection schedule established by the city. And 3, that the proposed prohibition against use outdoors of indoor furniture be amended to only require that any furniture used outdoors be kept in clean, neat, and tidy condition and maintained in good repair. And those are my motions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor, Councillor Taylor. And at this point, that the motions are on the table. We will discuss those after we have presentation as well as the public delegations. And I turn the chair over back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So I guess it leaves it to Chief Anderson. Up to you. Proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Early in 2013, concerns were raised with respect to vacant properties in the City of Ottawa. Not only do derelict buildings pose potential public safety issues, but they can also make our communities and neighborhoods unsightly and unpleasant places in which to live. The City of Ottawa demonstrated that it took these matters seriously, and Council approved a strategy to address them using the existing regulatory mechanisms proactively, as well as seeking to review potential new mechanisms that may be deemed necessary to further our objectives. The proactive enforcement program began in April of 2013, and it is expected that it will continue. Overall, the compliance has been high, and issues have been resolved as quickly as possible, given the regulatory process and reasonable time that's required to undertake some of the repair work. The program employed 2 property standards officers dedicated to investigating vacant buildings, working collaboratively with the local tenants association to address property standards issues in rental housing, and they also were investigating rooming house issues. And at this point, I would like to acknowledge publicly Roger Chapman, Program Manager, and Officers Derek Petch and Mark Baudouin for their dedication to these projects. The bylaws that were applied to the vacant and derelict properties were the Property Standards Bylaw, the Board Up Bylaw, the Graffiti Management Bylaw, and the Signs Bylaw. So over the past 5 months since April, the proactive enforcement program has resulted in investigations of nearly 70 vacant buildings. Of those 70 vacant buildings investigated, 14 of them were already demolished or demolition is underway. 50 orders have been issued under the Property Standards Bylaw. This bylaw requires that buildings, both exterior and interior, and the land surrounding them be maintained to a minimum standard in order to ensure public health and safety. Almost 40 notices were issued under the Board Up bylaw. This bylaw requires that buildings be rendered inaccessible for safety and that boarding up materials coordinate with other finishes on the exterior of the buildings. The cases in which compliance with property standards orders was not attained involved buildings that were either undergoing renovations, were in litigation, or are in the process of acquiring either a building or a demolition permit. There was only one appeal to a property standards order, and it relates largely to the need for additional time for the property owner to receive the necessary approvals to redevelop that site. So we'd like at this time to give you some examples, just a few brief examples of some of the properties that we've had great success with. So the first one is 8486 Beechwood, and this is a before picture of that property. So this now, unfortunately, the photo is a little dark, but I think we have another one, don't we, Christine? Okay. So what we're happy to report is those buildings have been demolished, and this building has taken the place of those. Okay, next. So 1125 Bank Street was also one that was often mentioned.
So that's the way it appeared before, and this is how it appears now. 292 Lyon Street. So this is what it looked like before, and this is after. And we're happy to report that further renovations are still underway on this property, but at least from the street at the present time, it is in a far better shape than it was previously. And last but not least, 1335 Prince of Wales, before and after. This, by the way, is an excellent example of compliance with the board-up bylaw. You'll notice that the boarding up in the top part coordinates with that material, and on the bottom windows, it coordinates with that. So from the street, it's almost not noticeable, but that building is boarded up. As part of the strategy to address the vacant buildings, staff reviewed existing bylaws to determine whether there was a potential to strengthen our provisions to require a higher standard of maintenance of vacant lands and buildings to improve their appearance and to prevent the deterioration of the buildings. This also included a review of the potential to develop and enforce specific standards pursuant to the Ontario Heritage Act for maintenance and repair of our heritage buildings. As a result of the reviews, staff is recommending amendments to the Property Standards Bylaw. One of the recommended changes includes amending the Property Standards Bylaw to provide for separate sections related specifically to vacant buildings and lands to clarify the requirements for those properties, for both us and for the property owners. The requirements under the proposed standards specific to vacant buildings and land include such things as maintenance of the structural soundness, repairs to exterior walls to be made in the same or visually similar materials, and you saw that previously on some of the slides. Foundation walls must be maintained in good repair and structurally sound. Fences, retaining walls, and other enclosures or structures must be kept in good repair. Unsightly markings, including graffiti, on the exterior surfaces of fence and retaining walls or other enclosures must be removed, and the surfaces should be refinished when necessary. And roofing materials or components which are damaged or show evidence of rot or other deterioration must be repaired and replaced. Staff is also proposing that a separate section or part related specifically to heritage properties to outline the requirements to ensure the maintenance of heritage features be incorporated into our Property Standards Bylaw. In addition to incorporation of the required definitions from the Ontario Heritage Act, the requirements would include minimum standards such as to maintain, preserve, and protect the heritage attributes, the repair replacement of heritage properties so as to minimize danger to the heritage values and attributes. In the case of vacant and damaged heritage properties, protection of the building and the property against the risk of fire, storm, neglect, intentional damage, or damage by other causes by effectively preventing the entrance into it of all animals and unauthorized persons, and by closing and securing the openings to the building with boarding, with specific standards and in a manner that minimizes visual impact. And one of the amendments proposed is also to ensure that there's proper ventilation within the building after it is closed up. Various additional amendments are also proposed to address housekeeping changes, such as the clarification of definitions and operative provisions, as well as minor regulatory changes. These changes are proposed to update the existing regulations to reflect some of the situations and issues that we have encountered in the recent past. The amendments include the following: clarification of the definition of a retaining wall, clarification of the definition of a structure, which will go further to include play structures and sheds, expanding the definition of vermin to include more commonly encountered insects, and clarifying that handrails must be maintained in good repair and safe condition.
Staff is also proposing amendments to the property maintenance bylaw to provide for sections related to dead and dangerous trees and unsafe conditions. These amendments mirror similar provisions in the property standards bylaw, but will also provide a more expeditious enforcement mechanism for these issues. As part of the strategy to address vacant buildings, staff also reviewed regulations in place in other jurisdictions, with a review to potentially developing and proposing the enactment of similar regulations here in Ottawa. For example, the City of Winnipeg has in place a bylaw which requires annual permits for vacant buildings and the payment of associated fees, and imposes specific maintenance standards, security requirements, and reoccupancy standards for their vacant buildings. Ultimately, in Winnipeg, the municipality may take title to the land in question under certain circumstances if applicable standards are not met, as provided for in the legislation found and the authority that the City of Winnipeg has. In Ontario, municipalities do not have this authority to take title of the land in question if applicable standards are not met. The experience of cities with such regulations in place has been such that those bylaws are deemed necessary to address the extensive issues with vacant buildings that they are encountering. Given the success so far of our proactive enforcement program over the course of the last 5 months, it seems unnecessary to pursue such additional regulations at this time. We posted notification of the consideration of this report on the city's website. Individuals and organizations that were known to have an interest in this subject matter, including but not limited to the Eastern Ontario Landlord Organization, the Carleton Landowners Association, Heritage Ottawa, and AgCorn, were advised of the draft proposals and notified when the committee would consider them. Staff did meet with those parties who were interested and requested a meeting. This past spring, staff also made a presentation to the Built Heritage Subcommittee with a brief overview of the strategy, and it was well received. We did follow up with that committee and gave an overview of these draft proposals in September of 2013. And once again, generally, there was agreement with our recommendations. So we're open for questions.
Thank you very much, Chief Anderson. So, members of the committee, are there questions to staff? Councillor Fleury.
Well, let me start by saying how happy we are of the result. We've seen it, we're hearing it, and you're confirming it once again. My question is relating to mainly vacant properties that have been vacant for an extended period of time, and how we plan through this plan to transition to the expected outcomes or the standards of this plan generally.
We have begun to address some of those buildings. Our expectation will be that the owner do the necessary work to bring the exterior lands and building up to a minimum standard that we require in our bylaw, or move expeditiously forward to obtain the necessary permits to redevelop the lands if that is their intent. We do notice that some property owners do seem to be moving toward getting the necessary permits, but we do monitor that. If the owner stalls or doesn't seem to be moving forward, then we will be requiring them to do the work on the outside of the building. If the owner fails to do that work, we can have it contracted out and have the work done ourselves and charge it back to the property owner.
You mentioned in this minimum standard, could you maybe elaborate on that?
We will expect the roof to be in good repair, that not just, certainly reshingled if necessary, and if in that work they determine that there's rotting in the roof, we will expect it to be replaced. Exterior painted. Any doorways, any windows that are boarded up have to coordinate with the rest of the building. So For some of the buildings that have been left vacant and haven't had enforcement for a period of time, there's fairly extensive maintenance work that will be needed on those properties.
Okay. And I'd like to hear now maybe from the heritage lens, because we know that some of these vacant properties are also heritage. I'd like to know from your lens if sorry, if this report will respond to the heritage lens concerns.
I just wanted to take a moment, and I apologize. To my left is Sally Coots from our Heritage Group, and she will answer that question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the Ontario Heritage Act does have provisions for minimum property standards for the protection of heritage buildings, and this particular initiative incorporates those provisions of the Ontario Heritage Act. So the special attention that can be paid to heritage attributes and some of the finer points of designated buildings as identified through the designation process, these will be protected through the provisions of this. So Heritage is very satisfied with having this as part of the property standards bylaw.
And maybe finally for these elements, you've spoken about the successes of or so far the successes related to the boarding up aspect where they match the exterior and so on. Can you maybe explain to us, because a lot of features are also accessing the building or being able to enter or whatever, so how does that function in a vacant property that's been boarded up, the right of entry and all those legalities?
I'm going to ask Valerie Bietlow from Legal Services to respond to that question.
Mr. Chair, the legislation requires that if a building is actually being used as a dwelling, there is no entry to that part that's being used as a dwelling unless certain conditions are met, which would include consent of the occupier or a warrant. In the case of vacant buildings, however, there is no such prohibition on entry. Past practice has been that entry is only sought to these buildings where it's required. Other issues, such as staff safety when they enter, is also, of course, paramount. So entry to vacant buildings is always considered on a case-by-case basis. But it is possible.
So what I'm hearing is, in the case of heritage buildings, especially the drainage aspects, we would definitely ask to see that. It wouldn't just be a on-paper requirement. Is that...
Should entry to the building be required for inspection purposes, steps can be taken to ensure that entry can be had. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other councillors, other questions to staff? Councillor Blows.
Thank you. I'm trying to understand, when this report was first coming out, I was very optimistic. This was going to help me with some very specific problem cases out there, and I'm referring to one property, 2243 Paget. It's been an ongoing issue for 8 years, primarily built without building permits, everything else. So far, all we've been able to do is ensure that there's some proper fencing around it, and I think we finally initiated action through the finance department to seize the property. What I see in the report, though, as I look at the history that we've had with this property, I don't see anything that's going to help us here or change. In other words, how do we get a property like that that's been kicking around for 8 years, primarily built without building permits, occupied by squatters, drug users, etc., how do we get that building demolished under this? And I don't see anything in here that helps us.
I'm going to ask our Chief Building Official, Arlene Gregoire, to answer that about that specific
And I think she's quite
property.
familiar with the property, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This property now is under building permit, and of course the Ontario Building Code and legislation does not set a time frame for completion of construction. Essentially, we don't have authority to issue a building to be demolished just because it's taking a long time for it to be completed. The authorities to demolish is linked with structural insufficiency, and this building is, at the present time, structurally sufficient. So, to answer your question, do we have authority to demolish, order it to be demolished? We don't have that authority. We don't have authority to dictate the time frame or scheduling for construction to a permit holder. Obviously, if the project is abandoned for a period of time, and that is evident, and we can provide evidence of such, then I can give notice of my intent to revoke the permit. And I would do so.
What time frame would constitute? Because whatever tools are available obviously aren't working for us, and as I say, this report does not appear to give us any additional tools, and partly we're hampered by the provincial building code, but it doesn't give us any additional tools. So at what point do you say this building has been abandoned? First of all, how often do we go back and give somebody retroactively building permits to legalize work that has been done without a permit? How often do we do that before we say enough's enough?
More often than I'd like. The property owner, if they've commenced construction without a building permit, we will issue orders requiring them to obtain a building permit. When they obtain a building permit, then the inspections are scheduled, and if we have to, we order anything that's been enclosed to be opened up for us to be able to undertake those inspections that are required by the Building Code Act. In this instance, the owner had commenced construction without a permit. We issued orders. They did obtain their permit. Inspections that had been missed have been undertaken. And at this present time, 2 weeks ago, we verified whether or not construction had resumed. This owner tends to construct during summer periods as opposed to winter, but there's been no construction. So we're monitoring the property with respect to whether it is abandoned and whether at that point in time the best action would be to revoke the permit. I caution revoking permits automatically because we're no further ahead. The permit's revoked, construction can't continue unless they come back and apply for a permit, and if we want the building to be completed, then we've just hampered the process for its completion. So we don't do it automatically. We do it when it's truly abandoned and we want the new owner, or we want to alert future purchases that there's outstanding orders.
But at what point, I see references to fire marshals, et cetera. At what point do you invoke the fire marshal to say this is a fire hazard? It's off and on, it's occupied by people who shouldn't be there, but are conducting illegal activities. At what point do you get the fire marshal in and say, enough's enough? Is 8 years, would that be a sufficient length of time?
I can't speak for the fire marshal office. Again, if the fire marshal declared buildings to be unsafe and a fire hazard, then you would have a lot of empty buildings or vacant buildings that are vacated for snowbirds being at risk. So I can't speak to what criteria the fire marshal office uses in stepping in. From a perspective of enabling legislation, there is nothing there that provides us with authority to interfere with proprietary rights, even though it's not to, it becomes a nuisance. There could be, from a property standards perspective or from police perspective, if there's squatters that are breaking into the building and using it, there are tools to deal with that activity, but the structure itself is still sound, and therefore there's no basis for us to issue an order to demolish.
So this report really doesn't do anything in a case such as this. This report does not in any way affect incomplete, abandoned buildings where we keep going back and giving building permits. Is that what I'm hearing here?
Property standards bylaws are meant to address existing buildings that are complete, and after they're built, following the rules of the Building Code Act, and they are inhabited, then the property standards bylaw kicks in and says, okay, here are the standards to which it must be kept. Short answer to your question is no. What we're proposing in this report, save and except if we start to have intrusion into that building and it's required to be boarded up, we could take steps to have it boarded up. But otherwise, we can't require anything further on it under property standards because it isn't a completed building as yet.
So it sounds like a catch-22. If the building hasn't been completed yet, but basically is abandoned, there's nothing that's going to happen there, but if it is completed, so somewhere in between there's a gap here, and this report doesn't address that.
For the most part, I think the deficiency is in the authority that's being granted by the province rather than in our legislation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and certainly sounds like there's, you know, as I think we all realize, you've discovered there's a gap there in the authority set, so perhaps that's worth exploring. Councillor Holmes?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions. One is on the new recommendation here today. Does this means, in my reading, that blue, black, and green bins boxes can be left on the front veranda now, or in the front yard?
It's consistent with the way it is now.
Yeah.
Nothing's
So they can
changed.
be
Nothing
left
has
in
been
the front
changed
yard.
on the location.
If they have room in the side yard or the backyard, but they're still leaving them in the front yard, we will accept that, is what's happening now. Is that correct?
Nothing has changed, and that's the way it has been.
Is there any change to the request to board up garbage bins in behind wooden enclosures for commercial establishments?
No, none of that is changing.
So we still have the ability to insist on that?
Yes.
I have, I deal with a lot of waste, both residentially and commercially. Lots of, landlords that live elsewhere and businesses that aren't interested. So at one point I thought the waste inspectors were rolled in under the property standard inspectors, but no.
The waste inspectors and the property standards inspectors are separate and report through different departments. So, but we assist with the waste bylaw, the solid waste bylaw, on weekends. So if a call comes in on a Saturday or Sunday, a bylaw enforcement officer will address that issue, the garbage issue. Monday to Friday, it's a solid waste inspector.
Are the solid waste inspectors ever doing any enforcement these days, or are they still happy with the educational happy kind of thinking?
No, Councillor, they are laying charges.
They are laying charges?
Yes, we work closely with them, and since we've done the partnership where bylaw enforcement is doing the enforcement on weekends, and we're working closely with each other, we're following up on repeat problems, and charges are being laid.
Perhaps you could send me the list for 2012 of the charges that have been laid. Be very interested to see it.
Oh, we will.
Is there any proactive enforcement of waste happening?
If a property standards officer is in a community and addressing issues related to waste and debris on the private property and note violations in terms of garbage at the curb, for instance, they know that the collection schedule for that community is a Thursday and they're there on the Friday and there's a huge pile of garbage, they will address it with the tenants. They'll knock on the door and say that needs to be moved back to the house because garbage collection is in a week's time. That is my expectation of what should happen. If it doesn't with an officer, then I would address that. And I'm hoping that they're holistically addressing issues at properties. Councillor, in your ward, there's particular areas that are of commercial nature. We find the best way is working in conjunction with the BIAs in those areas and doing blitzes to get it cleaned up. And we just had one this fall in one of the communities. We find it very successful, but there are ongoing issues, and we acknowledge that.
And so you work on an ongoing basis when there are ongoing issues, do you?
Yes, that's what we do, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else? Okay, all right. So thank you very much. We'll ask the staff to hold tight, and we'll begin with delegations. First delegation is Acorn, and if you want to make your way down, I understand we have Blaine Cameron, Sadie Ali, and Amina Hassan with her translator Habiba Mukhtar. So if you want to come down, we can make room for you at the table here. I would note that there is a provision in the report, and Councillor Shirelli thought it important that we should remind Acorn members of this, that through your advocacy and work with our bylaw department, there is a piece in the report, credit to you, with the concurrence of the Eastern Ontario Landlords Organization. And I'm just going to read the paragraph I highlighted here. The requirements are detailed in Document 1 and included ones similar to existing exterior standards for residential and non-residential properties. At the suggestion of Acorn, a local tenant advocacy group, the requirement for maintenance of major appliances where provided is also included with the concurrence of the Eastern Ontario Landlords Organization. So before you do your presentation, I thought it was of value to thank you for that piece. With that, you have 5 minutes, and we'll let you begin whenever you start talking, but we'll let you handle the mic between the group.
Thanks very much, councillors, for hearing us. My name is Blaine Cameron. I'm a member of Acorn. I've been so for the last 2 years. We're an association of low to moderate income families fighting on social and economic justice campaigns. We've had a Healthy Homes campaign started in May of last year with the goal to ensure the well-being of tenants in the City of Ottawa, especially those in substandard housing. When individuals are living in such conditions, this adds stresses to their life's burdens, and they're not able to fully participate as citizens in our community. We've worked tirelessly throughout the year with City bylaw on proactive inspections in problem buildings, wherein our staff and members help tenants connect with bylaw to identify prolonged maintenance issues. We've also worked with bylaw to identify a number of procedural issues that needed addressing to improve services from the city. We're here today to discuss a recommendation around ensuring appliances, when provided in a rental unit, are properly maintained. We're happy to see the city putting forward our recommendations for landlords to maintain appliances that came with rental units. Just a note, more than half of the citizens in Ottawa are renters. They're also members of the voting public who deserve this service. When appliances are not maintained properly, they become inefficient and use more energy, creating a financial burden for tenants paying for their own hydro, or if hydro is included in the rent, it creates a financial burden for the landlords, not to mention the environmental impacts and stresses on our energy grid. Fridges, stoves, laundry facilities, when neglected, hurt the productivity of tenants trying to meet their basic needs, again, chipping away at their abilities to be engaged citizens in their communities and the economy. We'd like to point out Toronto has a bylaw in its municipal code, Section 629, Item 34, which stipulates appliances shall be maintained in good repair and good working order. In the same section, Item 30 states that laundry facilities shall be kept clean and maintained in a safe condition and good repair. We'd also like to see such stipulations in Ottawa's bylaw. I'd now like to turn it over to another one of our members who has been personally affected by these very issues.
My name is Sadia, and I'm going to translate for Amina. Habib is supposed to be here to translate for her, but she had to go and get her kids from school.
My name is Amina Hassan. magacayga Aamina Xasan, waxaan ka mid ahay dadka ka registraysan Acorn. Waxaan deganahay xaafadda Heron 2 sano in soo dhaafay. Waxaan markaasi ku dadaalay in la iga hagaajiyo talaajada istoofka iyo waxa laga qalisay in makiinada suxuunka lagu dhaqo. Kuwaas oo dhan waxay ka mid yihiin qalabka guriga laga hagareysto sida faqsan karo kontarka.
My name is Amina Hassan. I am an ACON member living in Herringate. For the past 2 years, I have been trying to get my fridge, stove, washer, and dishwasher repaired, which were provided with me in this unit.
Ilaa iyo markaan kiraystay guriga markaas aan waxba markaan kiraystay guriga aan u sheegay in layga hagaajiyo qalabkaasina ay kor u xusuustaan kambaniga guriga lihi waxay iyagu yiraahdaan waan ku imaanin laakiin weligooda ma ii imaan waxna igama yiraahdaan waxna igama hagaajin laakiin weligeeda waxba igama hagaajin.
I rent this townhome, and every time I call the landlord about my appliances, they say they are coming and never come, or say they will fix it and they never do.
markasta aan damco in aan wax korsado qiiq baa ka baxaya stoofka aan wax ku karsanayo korkiisa khatar weeye baa ku jira aan ku gubto saacad badan ayaan iga qiiqday in aan reerkayga iyo caruurteeda wax ku karsado sababtoo ah stoofku waa qarbaan yahay sida caadi ah uma shaqeynayo.
My stove makes it very my stove smokes every time I cook, and the top of the stove is coming off, and it is not secure. It takes several hours to cook food for my family because the food does not heat well on the burner.
talaajada ma xirmayso hoos biyo ayaa ka imaanaya sida biyo dad badan waxaan markastaba hoos ugu dhigaa shukmaan iyo biyo kugu dhuuqo caadana markasta waxaan u xumaan qurun sababtoo ah talaajada waxay xirmaysaa taasina waxaa sababay in uu qaato in ay markastaba khasaaro badan ku bixiyo cunada soo gaartay.
My fridge does not seal properly. The bottom of it pours water, and I have to put a towel there to soak it up. My food goes bad because of the seal, and I have lost thousands of dollars worth of food.
Ladies, we're a little over our time, and I know there's a group of you, so we'll give you a little latitude, but ask you if you could try and conclude your presentation.
We're almost done.
qasaalada waxay dhaqayso ama nadiifinayso ma jirto taasina waxaa keenaya in markastaba aan dharka aan gacanta ku dhaqo makiinada suxuunta lagu dhaqano isticmaalkeeda sababtoo ah markasta damac in aan isticmaalo waxaa ka imaanaya biyo fara badan baqaan ka dhan iyo yaqaadad sidaas daraadeed ma isticmaali karo. wiilkayga waxa uu qabaa autism ma xamili karo dhibaatada faraha badan waqtiga uma hayo waxaana qaldan aniga waxaan ahay qof miskiin ah dhaqaale soo wada yar waxaan codsanayaa in la xuquuqda la ii siiyo waxaan u baahanaa in kambaniga guriga la iga hagaajiyo qalabkaas aan ku xasuustay waan mahadsantihiin.
My washer does not clear my clothes, and my washer does not clear my clothes properly. I have to usually wash them by my hand, each load. The dishwasher is in our kitchen, floods and pours on the kitchen floor, so we cannot use it. My son has autism, and often does not have time for everything to go wrong. I am also on a low-income market, which makes it harder. I am asking you for the protection, and we need appliances maintained by the landlord. Thank you. If I can add on a little bit on I'm in a situation, I have the same landlord where she lives, and I suffered this problem for 4.5 years. I've been trying to get my landlord to fix this, and it never happened. I had small children at the time, and my fridge was rusty, which my when my child tries to crawl, she was picking the rusted part of the fridge. The ceiling of the fridge was not working, and I very much can understand her situation. My oven never worked well, but I was told that they were not going to change. My fridge changed just last year after 4 years and a half trying to. It's very hard to go through this kind of conditions when you have your landlord is not helping you out. We have to often eat outside when you come from work. When I come from work with my children, often you don't have much of a time, so we had to go eat, and because you cannot make shopping I couldn't make shopping for more than 3 days or 2 days because the food gets rotten. When the fridge has a lot of water coming down, then we had to throw all the food. I'm sorry to take your time all this, and my oven is not working still. All the wire is outside, the sparkle and all this, so I just want to make the story short and don't take your time. I thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I know you provided members of the committee with some pictures as well, and I believe Jill, your coordinator, circulated them to the media as well. And there is the provision, as I said, that is in this report, which will deal with this, and maybe just a question to Chief Anderson. With the provision that we're implementing in this report, will it allow bylaw officers, when they enter a property and do a property standards evaluation, can they now address issues like this if this moves forward?
Yes.
So that would involve writing an order to bring the landlord back into compliance. They'd have to make sure, as with any other fixture that is currently included, they'd have to make sure that the stove works. If it's not repaired, it's replaced. And there are timelines associated with that, correct?
That is correct, Chair Taylor. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Before you leave, are there questions to you from members of committee?
To staff about this. I have a question.
Okay. So Councillor Fleury to staff. Thank you.
I've had discussions with Acorn and yourself about this, but I'd like to put it on the public realm. So Toronto seems to have a model where appliances are, there's a standard for landlords to upkeep the appliances. We know that that might trigger another set of issues, which then would lead to a situation where landlords would not provide appliances. Can you maybe share your thoughts on that?
That was a bit of a flag that in a discussion with Acorn that we had, because there's no legal requirement for any landlord to provide the appliances. However, subsequently we met with Mr. Dickey of the Eastern Ontario Landlords Organization, and he assured me that 99.9% of landlords currently provide appliances, that it has become the standard. He assured us that it would not be an issue, and he further assured us that the vast majority of landlords provide them and repair them. So it's only in certain locations where that's not being done.
And specific to the speaker's issues, are you aware of them, and will you follow up with those specific ones?
Yes, we will.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions to staff on the first presentation? No, thank you. Christopher Cole-Morgan from Action Sandy Hill. Mr. Cole-Morgan, if you want to make your way down, you have 5 minutes from when you begin. Sure. Someone from the clerk's team can help get those around.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you. As the president of Action Sandy Hill and as a ratepayer of the City of Ottawa, I'm saddened and I'm disappointed that I have to be here today to speak in support of the originally proposed amendments concerning green, blue, and black bins and on the use of indoor furniture outdoors. I honestly thought the reasons for these amendments are self-evident. They address unsightly, unsanitary, and unsafe conditions that the city currently lacks the ability to address effectively. These amendments are the changes, the original amendments are the changes the city needs in order to better do its job. The issues being discussed here today affect certain parts of the city more than others. But I submit that it costs everyone to do nothing and helps all of us if we adopt the original amendments. I'll explain. Many calls to 311 are generated in Sandy Hill when the contents of black and blue bins end up spread across the porches, on driveways, on lawns, and when the bins inevitably become de facto garbage cans. Although this may not be an issue in neighborhoods with less density or with garages to store waste, it's an acute issue in downtown communities where neighbors live cheek by jowl, particularly in those neighborhoods with high transient populations that often do not know or do not care, or have landlords that do not know or do not care about their responsibility to properly store waste. Calls of this nature, a property standard service request, has been identified by the city as costing approximately $300 to address and resolve per call. In my neighborhood, resolution is frustratingly temporary. In May of this year, Action Sandy Hill went on a walkabout with our councillor and Chief Linda Anderson of Bylaw Services to illustrate the point. On a one-block section of Somerset Street East, 6 chronic problem addresses, one beside the other, racked up an astonishing 45 property standards complaints between them in 16 months, all of them the result of improperly stored garbage and recycling. At $300 per call, that amounts to $13,500 worth of resolution, yet the problem persists at all of these addresses. I think we can all think of better things to do with our time and with city money than to keep going back to these same addresses. These calls do not do a lot of good. We visited 18 specific addresses on our walkabout. That's the first document. The list of addresses is here in the package you've got. Of the 211 service requests received between those 18 properties in the 16-month period, 89 were property standards issues. That's over $26,000. This is an outrageous amount of money being spent on a problem that continues to persist to this very day. I encourage you to ask Bylaw Services, how many charges were laid in that 16-month period? Have charges been laid since? There are dozens of addresses like this in the downtown. If the city can't or doesn't enforce its own bylaws, then what incentive is there for young occupants of these houses, or any occupants, many of them living away from home for the first time, and renting from landlords, many who only care about the rent? What incentive is there for them or landlords to care about the community they live in? It's time to fix the bylaw. The original amendment did this. The revised amendment does not. The original amendment is not a panacea, but it's part of a broader solution. It removed any confusion as to what waste can be stored in the front. No waste can be stored in the front, and kept it out of sight and off porches and lawns until it was ready for pickup. It made it easier for the city to enforce by removing any room for interpretation as to what constitutes garbage and what is recycling. It rarely takes more than one fine for the message to get across. We must all learn to live together. We all have to pay attention to the rules no matter where we live. Fewer messes in front yards mean fewer calls to the city, and this will save taxpayer dollars. The revised bylaw amendment does not address our concerns, particularly since the city is unable or unwilling to adequately enforce the status quo, which is basically what is being codified with the revised amendment. I'd now like to focus on the use of indoor furniture as being used outdoors. We know it's inappropriate, it's unsightly, and it poses a safety risk for our communities. And I'd like to focus on the risk it presents to our safety, which is not at all addressed in the revised amendment. Fires that start in couches, on porches, due to carelessly discarded cigarettes or barbecue embers, for example, are often only detected once the couch is fully engulfed. Fire Marshal Kathleen Chamberlain, in response to the death of a 22-year-old university student in Ann Arbor, Michigan, in a house fire in 2011, said, "Those pieces of furniture add an incredible amount of BTUs to the fire. That is what gets the fire going, and there aren't any early warning systems on a porch that will alert the occupants to the fire. The danger is that these fires are on the porch, which is a primary means of egress, which the fire then blocks. So in addition to creating a significant fire danger,
It also blocks what may be the primary or only way out of some of these buildings where people live. A recent U.S. report, this one right here that's in the package before you, identified that fires that started in couches on porches are the #1 cause of fire-related deaths for college students living on campus in the U.S. Canada is not immune. In Victoria, BC, in February this year, 3 young people lost their lives when their porch caught fire on their house. In addition to threatening the lives of the occupants, house fires of any kind in Sandy Hill or any downtown urban neighborhood pose a significant threat to neighboring houses due to the close proximity to one another. Example, 3 years ago, when Ayub's store and apartment building burned at the corner of Somerset East and Chapel Street, the fire jumped to the neighboring property and burned the roof off of 2 more units, forcing dozens of occupants, a family, and 6 of our students to flee for their lives, causing hundreds of thousands of dollars in additional damage. Many cities have already implemented bylaws that forbid the use of indoor furniture outdoors, and for good reason. People have died as a result of a fire that started in a porch on a couch, or they don't want someone to die as a result of a fire that started in a porch couch. You can see a list of some of the cities and the measures taken in the other package that I prepared for you, the one that looks like this.
Mr. Cole-Morgan, we'll have to ask you to wrap up as well.
I'm coming to my conclusion. Thank you. So I ask, why would this committee not think the original amendments were prudent and just? What justification for not supporting the original amendments will this committee use when one of our students dies as a result in a blaze in Sandy Hill caused by a porch couch fire? I submit that if the city has a chance to mitigate this threat with such a simple amendment to forbid couches on porches, it actually has a responsibility to do so. I worry the original amendments have been spun as an urban problem with a solution that is being imposed on suburban and rural residents of Ottawa, and that this is the source of the resistance in the amendments. To those that oppose the original amendments because they don't take issue with blue, green, or black bins being stored out in front, or seeing sofas and other indoor furniture being used outdoors, I say don't worry. These amendments don't have to affect you if you don't call it in where you live, because the city doesn't proactively enforce its own bylaws. It only responds to complaints. But we in Sandy Hill do take issue. We choose to live downtown just as others choose to live in the suburbs or in the rural areas. We may not have large yards or garages in which to store our waste, but that doesn't mean we forfeit our right to clean streets and garbage-free lawns. We accept that we live in close quarters with one another near to a university, but that does not mean that we should have to accept an unnecessarily higher risk of fire and threat to our safety and security. The 2 original amendments are important for our community, and they are important for the city. A vote in favor of the original amendments is a vote for more livable and more vibrant and mature neighborhoods. It's a vote for lower city expenditures, and it's a vote for safer communities. A vote against the original amendments, or what we have here, is a vote for continued investment in something that has proven not to work, and that is a disregard for fire safety in the urban wards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole-Morgan. Councillor Fleury.
I have a question for staff relating to the bylaw aspects of it. So, wondering from a legal perspective if we could build, so there's definitely specific issues in different wards. If we look at the numbers, it seems that the property standards issues are mainly in Centertown and in my area. Have we, aside from, I used it as a reference point before, but aside from the CART bylaw that we just passed, is there a possibility to create a zone for a specific requirement?
There's no impediment under the Building Code Act to do that. From a legal perspective, from a practical perspective, though, we'd have to look at it case by case to see how that affects enforcement and other practical applications of the bylaw. But there doesn't appear to be a legal impediment to doing that, to setting out zones.
And I'm wondering, Ms. Anderson, if you could explain to us in terms of, we know that we had 2 officers that were on proactive basis, and that might skew the numbers, but before these officers came into a strategic role, could you speak about property standards, how many percentage were reactive and how much was proactive before the 2 officers became into function?
Prior to that, we are reactive. We are a reactive service. We respond to complaints.
So the idea, so as the delegate describes the issue of, good good community living is really specific to people that don't take care of their properties, and it's complaint-based. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the presenter? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Kilmorgan. Next up is David Fleming from Heritage Ottawa. Mr. Fleming, if you want to make your way down, you have 5 minutes from when you begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm David Fleming, and I'm past president of Heritage Ottawa. You all received a letter from our president, Leslie Maitland, and I want to thank Councillor Taylor and staff for agreeing to incorporate our recommendations in the amendment to the resolution that you're looking at today. As some of you know, Heritage Ottawa have been working on this file for at least 6 years, trying to have regulations like this implemented, especially for heritage properties. And so we're obviously very pleased, and I want to thank the initiative of councillors in bringing this forward, for the excellent work that the staff have done in preparing the report. I guess there's only one other thing that I'd like to ask, and urge you that once passed, you provide staff with the resources to effectively implement this program. There's quite a backlog now of properties that have to be considered under these new regulations, and I just worry that now that we finally seem to have the political will to enforce these property standards, that you make sure you give staff the resources to implement it. Thank you again for this.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the presenter? No? Thank you very much for your submission. Claire McDonald. Ms. McDonald, if you want to make your way down.
Good morning. My name is Claire McDonald. I've lived in Sandy Hill for 30 years. Development in my neighborhood has greatly increased density of a transient population with no ties to the community. We see the impact on our streets in terms of garbage and in terms of absentee landlords who do not care for their properties. Under all the garbage hides other issues relating to noise, illegal parking, poor property standards. By tightening up the property standards, the city can save money and reduce repeat and multiple service calls. So just as way of an example, there's a series of addresses facing Franco Jeunesse, which is our local French primary school, on Osgood Street. There have been 62 service calls to the city relating to property standards, noise, parking, curbside collection, and graffiti between January 2012 to April 2013. I went on the same walk that Mr. Kilmorgan mentioned. One property alone on Chapel incurred 37 service visits, most of which relate to property standards and noise. That's a lot of money the city spends on repeat visits to one property. Why not get it right in one? Storage of garbage is a big issue. A little garbage, even if it starts in a blue or a black bin, attracts more garbage. Part and parcel of the garbage is the couches and stuffed chairs. We also see littering front lawns and porches. Since tenants have less indoor space to gather, the party happens more often outdoors. And a couch is more than a couch. It's also a fire hazard in a very old part of Ottawa. So I guess you've seen the slideshow because it's been showing while I spoke. I just wanted you to note that none of the photos that were shown were on garbage day or at move-in or move-out times for students who make up a large part of the transient population in our neighborhood. All photos are taken from the sidewalk, and they represent what you see when you walk along the street. So please consider, as you watch, or from what you saw, that Sandy Hill is home for a great variety of people, including many foreign dignitaries and new Canadians, who may get the wrong impression of what it means to be Canadian. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Fleury.
Let me start by thanking you, Claire, for being here today. I know that you're one of the working bees in our community, and the formalities of committee I've encouraged you to come out today and demonstrate the work that you've done. So I wanted to thank you for being here, and I wanted to also thank you for the role that, you know, in many ways it's supporting our staff and supporting our community, because you're reporting things, you're working with the community to try and see improvements. My question is for Ms. Anderson. The pictures that you've seen up are not new to you. We've had multiple discussions. We're trying many ways. I'm wondering, the report that is brought forward with the amendments, would we see any of these, or would we be able to enforce any of these based on the chair's amendments?
Hi, Claire. Most of the photos, what we're proposing is that the receptacles be kept in a clean and tidy manner. So for all of those, we certainly can address that. Despite where they're located, they still have to be clean and tidy. So we can address those. Any of the issues around the couches, what the proposal is, as long as they're in good repair. So certainly some of those pieces of furniture did not appear to be in good repair and could be dealt with.
Could you maybe explain to me because we're caught in between a weird spot here. We're saying, yes, right now we have a strategic approach of being proactive, but mainly we're a reactive service, and I feel in Sandy Hill and other zones of our area where it's becoming almost a full-time job for community association or even neighbors to report these things. How are we attempting through this report to address that?
I believe that this report gives us additional tools. I also believe that, given that a number of the residents of that particular area have just recently moved in, that we need to stay focused on it perhaps in a more proactive way in terms of the garbage. And I give the commitment that we will do that over the next few months, at least until we can be assured that we've set the tone and we've set the standard.
Question for you relating to the indoor furniture, outdoor. If a couch is left or an outdoor piece is left through winter months, is that considered good condition?
My sense is that, and I certainly can defer to legal on this, but good repair would mean that it would not be soaked with moisture and rain and snow. And so once a piece of furniture is soaked through like that isn't waterproof or water resistant, I would argue that it's not in good repair. But we'd have to deal with it on a case-by-case basis.
Can we just get confirmation from legal on this interpretation?
That would appear to be a reasonable interpretation given the context of the bylaw, and some of the other standards in the bylaw refer to good repair, as you know, and that's usually something that staff look at, is the effects of the weather on that particular structure or thing. So yes, it would be a reasonable interpretation. It would have to be a case-by-case, as Chief Anderson has already said as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other members who have questions for the presenter? No? Okay. Thank you very much. The next presenter is Mike, and I'm sorry, Mike Bulthuis, Bulthuis, the Vanier Community Association, if you want to make your way down. Apologize if I butchered your name.
Good morning. My name is Mike Bilthouse. It doesn't look like it spells, so that's no problem. I'm here this morning as president of the Vanier Community Association. And I guess we just wanted to bring our community voice and adding it to many others, continuing the pressure on the issue of vacant buildings and lots. I want to begin by offering our appreciation for city efforts in holding property owners responsible for maintaining lands and buildings in good condition. We're particularly grateful for heightened attention on this matter over the past 6 months, especially since the launch of more proactive enforcement of existing bylaws that began in April 2013. Perhaps our most simple message is that, as a community, we do not benefit from vacant, let alone derelict properties. As is written in the staff report, these properties compose threats to public safety, but also significantly, they simply do not add to the livability of our community. And with that in mind, we support efforts to clarify sections on vacant lands and properties to disincentivize property owners from keeping vacant land or buildings. To this extent, and understanding that Council has sought permission by the province to limit or deny property tax reductions on vacant commercial and industrial properties, and noting in the report that the province has not yet responded so far as we are aware, we encourage the city to continue to advocate and apply pressure, as this could serve as a strong disincentive to keeping vacant lands and buildings, because I can tell you that we still have more. Further, we understand that dedicating 2 property standards officers since the spring has enhanced city staff capacity to investigate and respond to vacant buildings. We certainly hope this commitment continues, and we've heard this morning from staff that it will, and so we hope that this is more than a pilot exercise. I will say that many in our community have noticed the positive effects that have been arising from demolition of derelict properties, and speaking of those without heritage value, such as some along the south side of Beechwood that we've all seen photos of shared by staff earlier. Since demolition earlier this summer of those 2 properties, we've seen these spaces opened up for new uses, reanimating an area of this traditional Main Street in our community. And I will just say that those demolitions happened about 3 weeks before a community festival on a Friday night. And I think the sense that that demolition gives, just in terms of optimism and confidence as pedestrians were walking by on the street festival, was really significant and can't really be measured. So I just want to speak to one last item in this report, and that is that we are also appreciative of efforts to improve property standards issues in rental housing. Vanier is a community with a high number of rental housing units, and we certainly occasionally hear concerns from tenants raised in discussions on health and safety within our neighborhood vis-a-vis the conditions of these properties. We understand that the city is moving to ensure that interior appliances and rental units, when provided by the landlord, are maintained in safe working order, and happy to hear the support around this table for that. We certainly believe that this is a positive step towards enabling tenants to live in safe conditions, benefiting from the amenities of the housing for which they are already paying. We appreciate city staff working collaboratively with local organizations representing tenants to arrive at this proposal. So in closing, we will continue to welcome city efforts towards improving the health, safety, and livability of our community and of neighborhoods across the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the delegation?
Not for the delegation, but to Ms. Anderson. Wondering, have you costed out per call how much it costs us to respond to property standards? And if the model of being proactive in zones of high demand, I don't know if that's the correct word, is a cheaper approach to our service?
That's a good question. Certainly in areas where we have ongoing issues or we'll get things cleaned up and then they deteriorate again, we find it helpful to have blitzes in those areas, and having the work concentrated by 1 or 2 officers does appear to be more efficient and effective. And so that's why we put 2 property standards officers onto this project. I've made the commitment, certainly in parts of your particular ward, Councillor, that I think that it would be appropriate for us to be proactive for external issues in the coming months. So I can't give you a definitive answer, is it cheaper, but I would think in some ways keeping it concentrated, and it would be the same cost, whether we go back there or whether we take resources and pour it to clean it up. because it's an hourly rate, our officers and the various things that go along with that.
Mm-hmm. Just on that, can you maybe walk us through the legalities of timelines for not for response, but for the tenant or the landlord to move? We talked about furniture, garbage. It doesn't really matter. When there's a big major flare-up, how long would it take for us, city, to require the tenant to move the debris or the garbage or whatever it might be?
Actually, the onus is usually put on the property owner because that's where we have the legal authority and where we can charge the amount back. Two different bylaws. Property Standards Bylaw is enacted under the Building Code Act and requires that any order that's issued, the owner has to have 14 days to appeal that. Additionally, we have to provide 5 days for legal service through registered mail. So the minimum amount of time we can give a person, a property owner, to do repairs would be that 19 days. We base the amount of time usually on the extent of the repairs that are required. However, under our Property Maintenance Bylaw, so that's simple outside things like garbage on the property, so waste and debris, and also long grass, those things, we have the ability to issue a notice of violation and prescribe a very short timeline for a remedy by the owner. It can be as short as 5 to 7 days to get that work done. In some cases, depending on the situation, we've even issued them for under 5 days. But usually we always can go a lot more expeditiously and faster with the property maintenance bylaw for those particular issues.
So on mounds of garbage, like the previous speaker demonstrated, how quickly can we require a landlord to move on that? Because it is very problematic.
The ongoing issue is certain owners or tenants, when we issue the notice of violation, they will clean it up. But 2 weeks later, it's in the same state again. And that is the situation that frustrates the other residents in the community and us to a certain extent, for sure. But legally, we have to give everybody an opportunity to become compliant. And so we issue the notice of violation, and if they're compliant on that complaint, then we have to close the case, and then we open a new one when it deteriorates again.
And I understand that. I guess the refined question is, if there is a big flare-up, a big hotspot, what is the shortest notice we can give for compliance?
The courts would always expect us to be reasonable. And I personally don't believe that anything less than 5 days, 5 working days, would be considered by the courts to be reasonable. So we always have to weigh it in terms of what is reasonable. And so usually for minor things, we can give notices less than a week or a week's time. But for court purposes, I wouldn't go less than that.
I can understand that for most things 5 days is adequate, but when there is a 20, 30 bags with move-out stuff, 5 days is forever. So I'll take this offline to see what.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holmes?
Not to you. Question to staff. It's my understanding that the 2 inspectors that have gone on to do vacant buildings were normal property standards inspectors before. These are not new employees or new resources.
No, they're not new. There are more senior officers.
So some of my property standards that were working in my area are now doing vacant buildings, of which I have few.
We've done a number of we've done the vacant buildings, we've also done rooming houses, and we've dealt with some rental properties in your particular ward, councillor, as well. We have other resources dedicated to your ward now for property standards. You still have a resource dedicated to your ward for that purpose.
Do the waste inspectors still tell people to move the waste onto private property and off the public space because the public sidewalk is a waste inspection, whereas private property is a property standards inspection?
That was something that we were hearing years ago was happening. I haven't heard that lately. I believe the solid waste inspectors and the bylaw officers are working much better together. We've divided up, we've attempted to come up with a way in which we can divide up this, the enforcement of the solid waste bylaw. And since we do it part of the time and they do it part of the time, it behooves all of us to work together on this. And so there's been a lot more cooperation, I believe, in the last few years.
So my residents and businesses in my office are really fed up with doing all the calling because there's almost no proactive enforcement. There are not inspectors going into the back of well-known restaurants where the garbage is extremely poorly managed and absentee landlords in rooming houses. So it's the local residents who do all the calling and other businesses calling and my office doing most of the work. So when there's no proactive enforcement, it really puts an enormous burden on the local residents who get really fed up and discouraged and lose all confidence in the city, whose ability to enforce our own bylaws seems to be nil. And that goes on and on and on. So I guess the question is, you talk about proactive a couple more months in Sandy Hill. Like, this proactive is going to stop at some point, and then we'll go back to the same old, same old?
So property standards officers are out dealing mostly with dwellings and doing inspections. The waste and debris bylaw is enforced by our generalist officers because the authorities under the Municipal Act, it's an easier process, and so that is all. Enforcement of that is predicated on our shift work that our officers have. For areas, particular wards in the city where there are problematic areas, I believe we should seriously look at the success of being proactive and having waste and debris assigned and do tours through there, say at least on a minimum once a week to see how things are going and issue the notice of violation. I will speak to the program managers and try and set something up so that in the areas where we have a high volume of complaints, we can be a little bit more proactive in dealing with the waste and debris calls.
So it's all about resources and money, right?
At the present time, our resources appear to be fine. Our call volumes are slightly elevated from last year. We have just implemented a new schedule for the officers, which clearly delineates day-night and has equal numbers of officers on both to address the various issues. We just brought that in August, and we're assessing the success of that over the next few months to ensure that that's the correct way to do it. So at the present time, our call volume hasn't spiked to the extent that we feel we need more resources. However, I must say that we are certainly working to our maximum capacity.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other members of the committee for this delegate? No. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up is John Dickey, making a return appearance from Eastern Ontario Landlords Organization. John?
Thank you. I want to speak to two of the issues here. And the first thing I would note would be that my submission to you is that most landlords in the city do look after their buildings. Most want other properties kept in good order as well. And most will certainly comply if something is brought to their attention that they have not noticed. And I think Ms. Anderson can confirm that. Some landlords are afflicted with a problem of dumping onto their properties. People will do drive-bys and dump stuff. One of our members brought to us the fact that he had seen someone in a BMW unloading garbage into his garbage bin, for example, and at least that went into the bin, whereas other people just fling it. So we would like these problems to be addressed, just as the residents would like them to be addressed. The same applies largely to the vacant building issue. So just to speak to the vacant building issue, first of all, when I was here 5 months ago, we were hopeful, EOLA was hopeful, that the problem of the derelict buildings would be largely solved, managed, brought under control, whatever words you like, through the enforcement of the current bylaws and from demolition where appropriate. And I must say we're pleased that that has happened. I would congratulate the city bylaw staff for making the current system work. I would also congratulate the staff for the result of that, which is to avoid the need for new rules. Some of the new rules that were being thrown out as possibilities would have been very divisive, would, I think, have dinged people who didn't deserve to be dinged. And new rules always can, or often can lead to unintended negative consequences. You put one fix on, but then you create some other problem. So by enforcing the existing rules, we avoid that because pretty much we have experience with the existing rules. Now, when we come to the green bin issue, I must say that I and other landlords, including social housing landlords, like the continued flexibility that the amendments you've proposed will provide. Because certainly managing the green bin is a problem. Our buildings were often designed to deal with garbage, but not to deal with garbage and green bin and blue bin and black box and everything else. So there's space issues. Landlords often have buildings which are built close to other buildings. A specific problem people have sometimes is row houses, so that the tenant has a backyard, a house, and a front yard, but to get from the front yard to the backyard is a major exercise. Or it may not be possible. All they would have to drag all this stuff through the house. So having the flexibility to leave the green bins, the blue and black bins in the front is certainly a positive from the landlord point of view generally. The occupants, renters tend to have less physical storage space. And the other problem for landlords in this is that, of course, landlords are not the ones who are directly doing whatever the negative behavior is. The tenants are doing that. So you have city enforcement against landlord, and then landlord has to try to enforce against tenant. And it's not always the easiest. From our point of view, we do like the fact that in appropriate circumstances, by law and sometimes waste, we'll certainly talk to the tenants directly. We'll deal with the tenants directly. If it's a single unit rental, we'll let them fine or issue their notices and tickets against the occupant. So that, because that's the person who's putting the garbage out at the wrong time. The landlords need to know about the things, and the landlords have some ability to act under the Residential Tenancies Act, but it's not easy or clear or straightforward. It doesn't happen quickly, and believe me, a fine is much more effective. So EOLA, as I think many of you know, has worked in Sandy Hill now for 6 years, working with the city to try to manage the garbage problem through the education process. Our education process is not terribly soft. It's on the hard side, because the flyer says, put out your garbage at the wrong time and you'll risk a fine of $300 or $600. It's trying to wake people up. So, I mean, I think those efforts should continue and have had some significant success. So, all told, I would be, I mean, as I say, EOLA and landlords want these problems to be addressed, but we want them to be addressed in practical ways that work with having regard to our special issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dickey. Are there any questions for Mr. Dickey? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Appreciate you taking the time to speak to both items today, Mr. Dickey.
Well, thank you for the double header. I don't usually get a double header.
The next and last presenter is Jean-Serge Brisson, if I haven't made a mistake on that name, from the Carleton Landowners. And if you want to make your way down, you have 5 minutes from when you begin.
That's on. Thank you for the opportunity. Mrs. Shirley Dolan would normally be doing the presentation, but she's out of town on business, so I stepped in for her. My name is Jean-Sébastien Brisson. I am speaking on behalf of the Carleton Landowners Association. The CLA is a chapter of the Ontario Landowners Association, which is an advocacy group for promoting property rights in Canada. We represent members in the city of Ottawa, which is rural, suburban, and urban. We have reviewed the updated report on the strategy to address vacant buildings update, and our comments are as follows. The report presented to this committee on April 18th recommended improving the maintenance of vacant buildings by undertaking proactive enforcement of existing regulations, strengthening those regulations as well as potentially introducing new ones. Staff is recommending that no new regulations be introduced at this time. The existing ones appear to be achieving the city's objective. We applaud this recommendation and we hope this committee will agree. As we all know, new regulations do not solve all problems. Bylaws go forward, not backwards. We refer you to the Georgian Bluffs versus Moyer case from the Ontario Court of Appeal, a copy which was left with you at the April 18th meeting. At the April 18th committee meeting, we were promised public consultations. This has not happened beyond a few separate, closed-door meetings with interested individuals and organizations and a presentation to the Built Heritage Subcommittee. This is not sufficient. Much of the property standard bylaw addresses aesthetic conditions viewed by some to be a problem. As advocates for private property rights, we wholeheartedly disagree with these subjective regulations. We certainly disagree with the addition of more rules on how one should arrange things on our own property. The report says that there are no direct rural implications. What does direct mean? Also, the report should define rural for purposes of a bylaw. As we have said in the past, we agree that a vibrant, attractive community is a good thing, and for the most part, property owners do take care of their land and possessions, as Mr. Dickey just said. I agree with a lot of his comments. When they don't, there may be very good reasons why not. Good fences make good neighbors. We will look after our private property, and we expect you to look after our public properties. In other words, private property owners should not be held to a higher standard than what public properties are. And in dealing with our private properties, the issue of the city wanting to organize the containers that we place our garbage into, specifically the green bin, it has made the CLA look into a question that seems to evade a response. The green bin has been imposed on the residents of Ottawa by Council. The regular disposal of garbage has been, not slightly, but greatly modified because of it. And when a change in an everyday mundane action of the depth that has happened for the service of garbage disposal is imposed, you would expect that answers and results would be given and a great sense of obligation would be felt by the leaders of the city to give the population a proper account of how this type of, not a project, but an imposed way of life to the citizens of Ottawa has progressed. It was bad enough that the contract has been kept secret from the general population. Now we are finding out that the auditor's report on Orgworld will not be given until after the next municipal election, which means it will be kept under wraps till after
Mr.
October 14th.
Brisson, I'll have to ask you to come back to the subject that's before us today.
That's
which is the property standards.
Well, we've been talking about garbage, and the door has been open by talking about the green bin and why you have to impose these regulations. Well, and we're just telling you why.
Okay, well, the door hasn't been open to a discussion about the entire waste strategy for the city. The door was open to where should some buckets be placed on people's property, and there's actually an amendment before us here today which would lift that restriction. So I believe you've got about a minute left.
Yep.
So
I'm
if you want to
done.
try and keep it back, bring it back to vacant buildings, that'd be appreciated.
Well, as 3 lines left to go. This is not acceptable in an open and free democratic society. A government owes its citizens answers, and this is one of those answers that demands to be given to the citizens. So if 15, 20 years ago, garbage was simple, and it's been made complicated
because of the various rules that you're asking. It brings out new, as we were saying before, new bylaws are not an answer. And the request for people to put their garbage bins in certain areas in their homes is because of garbage being made complicated compared to when it used to be simple. And that's all we wish to address.
Okay, well, thank you for coming and providing your input. Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And during your presentation, you said the green bin was imposed on us. Well, I want to speak about the rural area, because in one point of time during the discussion, we were asked our residents if they would like to participate in the green bin program. And the majority of the people we asked in a public meeting we held in every community, whether I speak for my area, Constance Bay, Fitzroy, Galata, all those areas, they said they would welcome the use of the green bin. So where would you get this information, say we force it on the people? Well, not everyone agrees to have it, but I can assure you the majority have it, and the majority using it today in the rural area.
Well, I don't know about the majority. I know people living in apartment buildings don't have to comply with it. So, I mean, I don't have any numbers in front of me of how many people live in private houses compared to people living in apartments, but the majority of apartment dwellers don't have to fulfill the green bin. If they had, if this was imposed on them or put on them the same way as rural or homeowners, because we do represent urban people also, would you have the same rate of participation?
Can I ask you how many membership you have in the urban area, sir?
Right
how
now,
many people you do present in the urban area?
Well, we're ULA, Ontario, Ottawa Urban Landowners Association, just started up last year. We have about 50 or 60 members that have come in yet, but as for the whole membership, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for this presenter? No? Thank you very much. Thank you. That brings to an end the delegations on this issue. And I would like to take a moment. I know we just were discussing waste, but I'd like to bring it back to the core of this issue, which was vacant buildings and property standards bylaw. And originally, when we started out this endeavor, it was in response to, I believe, the mayor, Councillor Hume, Councillor Fleury, myself were out on a street corner in front of what had become a very sad example of something that was occurring more and more often and becoming more and more problematic. And I believe that the bylaw staff have done a terrific job, quite frankly, of going out there and addressing these issues. And we saw the before and after pictures of a lot of the problems that many of us drove by on a daily basis. So I'm happy to accept the recommendations that they're bringing before us. I know that Councillor Fleury has as well got a direction that he would like to leave Councillor Fleury, Councillor Holm to us. So we'll let them go ahead.
So just to explain the gist of the direction, I wrote something, we wrote something down after, and I'll run through the procedural aspects, but the fundamentals are Diane and I, or Councillor Holmes and I, have the highest property standards requests citywide. I think we're close to 90% of all the requests. We know our wards are where the services are required. Based on that, we feel that there's some closure, and we acknowledge, you know, all the work that's been done related to proactive enforcement, but we feel that there's, especially around notification time, there's some zones where there's still some challenges. So we'd like, so the direction reads as follow. That staff review the existing proposed property standards, namely regarding waste receptacles and outdoor furniture, with a view to establish more proactive enforcement measures, including a shorter-term notification period for owners or occupants who are contravening the standards in areas of the city, Ward 12 and 14, of high-density residential use and multi-residential buildings and high commercial use, and report back by Q1 2014. The idea here is not to jump hoops, change the laws, but it's just in terms of procedural, how our staff on the ground are working and how we can trigger a faster compliance
time. Thank you very much, Councillor. So that would be direction to staff. It's not a motion here. So are you prepared to accept that?
Yes, I want to just clarify the notification for property owners. Registered mail is always assumed to take 5 days. We have to give, if we're mailing the notice of violation by registered mail, it has to be 5 days. If we can find the property owner in the city and hand deliver it, it can be less than that. But as I said before, we have to give reasonable time. I believe that if we approach those 2 wards for waste and debris, which is, I think, your concerns, on a proactive basis, if we commit to doing that, I think that might be the solution and the answer. And that's what I would like to pursue and potentially come back and meet with you and discuss the progress on that.
Does that work for both of you, councillors? Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. So then on the substance, we have 2 amendments and we have the main motion. So I'm going to give the chair back to Vice Chair Cadre because the 2 motions are mine, and he'll guide us through the vote process.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. And going forward to the committee, the 2 amendments that have been presented this morning, are we in favor of that, or do we want to, let's take it one at a time? Or carry both? Carried, thank you. And so then I'll pass it back to Chair Taylor in terms of the report going forward as to with the amended motions.
Thank you very much. And on the main report as amended, carried? Carried. Carried. Thank you very much, and thank you to members of the audience who took so much time out of your day to join us today. Appreciate that. That was the last item of business. Are there any notices of motion for considerations at subsequent meetings? Seeing none, any inquiries? Other business? And we're adjourned. Our next meeting is Thursday, October 17th. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.